Call meeting to order. Okay, we are live, and just a reminder to everyone, this is a live broadcast. So before you do anything strange on camera, you might want to think about it. We have a few just housekeeping things to take care of before we get going. Couple things. We have a hard stop for YDOT issues at noon roughly. Whenever we stop for break for lunch, that is a hard stop. We have military affairs coming in this afternoon, and we need to give them adequate time. Anything we don't get to, we will carry over until November. And we've already carried some things over, so be ready for that. And that's about all I have, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I just wanted to salute the committee for yesterday and appreciate our agencies and all their help. I thought we did some good work. We've got a couple of bills that I left for you to take over on,
Yep.
Mr. Chairman. And other than that, look forward to the day. Thanks.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? We do have a colleague.
Yes.
Who
Go ahead. You
showed
can
up this
introduce
morning, and by
Yeah.
golly, we want to
Yes.
introduce Senator Guru, who came down from God's country. It's nice to see you, Senator. Thanks for coming.
So with that, I think Representative Burt, do you have a request for a privilege?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, some of you were able to meet my wife the other night, and I just want to have a quick mention of her. Today's our third wedding anniversary. She is listening. She's not here to celebrate with me, and unfortunately, I will leave tonight and head off to Casper for corporations tomorrow. So as we know, and our spouses often have to deal with our absence, I want to say thank you to her for her continued support for allowing me to do this. So thank you for the time.
So, and from me, a happy anniversary to both of you. And so Representative Burt, you gave me an interesting piece of information early this morning. Would you mind letting the rest of the body know and the people attending?
So a little bit of history today, August 24th, and I don't know the exact year. I'll start off with the little one first, anniversary of when Mount Cebius blew and Pompeii was destroyed. But the big one that I heard this morning was, and I can't remember the year again, I'm bad at the dates, 1818, 1817 possibly, is when the British actually overtook Washington, DC and burned the entire city down. There are 4,000 British troops against 300 Marines. And the Marines were able to hold off up to the last wave. And about 1,000 British troops were left, were left. And in the last wave, all 300 Marines were killed. And in the honor, the British, when they burned the city down, the two buildings that they left, the Marine barracks and the Commandant's residence. And that was an honor for the valiant efforts of the Marines. So a little bit of history this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, because that's a war I think a lot of us forget about. That was the war that really established the United States as an independent country, because the British really still didn't recognize it as a country and said we were still their colony and part of the reason for the war. So, and thank you to all those who served and sacrificed in that war. So with that, we will continue where we left off yesterday. So Heather, we'll start with the bill draft 23 LSO 0018, light trailers, permanent registration.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have, you all have before you, and I will be going through working draft 0.3. It's actually been through more iterations. It's just that you might recall from your last meeting that it had a YY because it was before the system even entered. Or BB, anyhow. Okay, so this bill draft, it provides permanent registration for trailers that are 1,000 pounds or less. And it provides the fee exemption for these permanently registered trailers. So this bill draft goes into section 31-2-206, and it creates several new subsections to provide for this process. Beginning on page 2, you'll see that 31-2-206 is the section regarding annual renewals. And so inserted into that same section is this permanent registration. And in subsection A, this is just a reference to the exception, because as inserted on line 12, except as provided in subsection H and in subsections N through Q. Those are the new ones. So now we'll go down to the bottom of page 2 and we'll see the first new subsection, which is N. And this specifies that the owner of a trailer, as defined in WS 31-1-101A23, and that is a trailer that is 1,000 pounds or less, may permanently register the trailer upon payment of the fees under subsection O of the section, provided that the trailer, 1, is within the weight limits of, the trailer is defined under the definition above, and then it's this down on line 23 on bottom of page 2, 31-3-101A2EI, that is the weight limit of 1,000 pounds. So this is only for those trailers that are 1,000 pounds or less. And at the top of page 3, it's not less than 6 years old. And the committee at the last meeting had wanted to move to 6 years because it fit with some of the other fee schedule for the, because it was at 11 and the committee moved to 6. And then paragraph 3, and that just the fact that it is a trailer that is subject to registration. So paragraph, subparagraph, or subsection N tells which trailers can be permanently registered. And then subsection O describes the fees. So upon payment of the fees specified in this subsection, the department shall issue a distinctive license plate indicating the permanent registration of the trailer meeting the requirements that are under subsection N of this section. So the committee decided that they wanted, and I believe YDOT requested, rather than some sort of a decal, since it is permanent, something that would last. So it'd be its own distinctive plate for one of these permanent registrations. And so after the payment of the fees in this subsection, a trailer that is permanently registered is not subject to additional registration fees for as long as the the owner owns the trailer. The fees for the permanent registration are down on beginning on line 18 of page 3, a permanent registration administration fee in the amount of $87.50. 2, an amount equal to 5 times the applicable fees under 31-3-101A and B, plus any donation amounts under 31-3-101H or J. So these are what is the cost to, if you were registering the trailer every year, you just do 5 times that. And then any donations, if y'all recall that there's the opportunity for donations in the different applications, that's voluntary, but it just to specify that is included if a person wishes. Then there's a new subsection P, and it has that the owner of a trailer that is permanently registered under subsection N shall display the permanent registration license plates in accordance with the statute that tells how they need to be displayed on a trailer. And then the new subsection Q says that the permanent registration of a trailer under subsection N shall not be transferred to a new owner. So upon transfer of the trailer that has been permanently registered, the new owner is subject to doing this on him or on his or her own, or registering it every year, whatever. It just the annual or this permanent registration no longer would apply. Then at the bottom, beginning at the bottom of page 4 and going to the top of page 5, this is mostly a conforming amendment. It just goes into the registration fees, and it points out that owners of the following vehicles are exempt from payment of fees under the other section. And it's those are the regular fees for registering the vehicle, because if the trailer is permanently registered under subsections N through Q, then it doesn't need to pay the regular registration fees. And then the act is effective July 1st. That is the bill.
Okay. Questions for staff? Any questions?
Okay.
Senator Pappas? Question? Okay. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick one. I understand I'm on page 3, section O, small I. What is the $87 administration fee for? We've got the $5, 5 times the applicable fees. I get that. What is the $87.50? What's that number for? Clarification, please.
That is something that, as when the bill was first drafted at your May meeting, I had followed the example of, I think it was Montana's permanent registration bill, and they had a permanent registration administration fee for just being able to this new program, new license plates, that sort of thing. And then they had the 5 times the fee, and then I think they had one more fee. Now, your committee in May said to reduce it, from 11 to 6 years and to get rid of whatever that third fee was. And this fee was in there as an administration fee. That it was kind of following that model. And it would go to administration of the new program. Now, I think Whiteout would talk about what they would most likely spend it on. I think it would quite possibly be to administer this new this new section of the permanently registered trailers, possibly to the plates and things because it is a new distinctive plate.
Anything else? Additionally to that, I think there were some issues raised by the county treasurers on the cost and that, and I think that was figured in there too for the $87.50. Okay, any other discussion from the committee? Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to back up and acknowledge the fact that this is a bill that went through the House Transportation Committee and through the House last year. It came over to the Senate, passed unanimously on the Senate Transportation Committee, and then died on committee of the whole. It just was not considered in time to move on through. So if this bill looks familiar, that's because it is. And I also just want to tip my hat to Senator Cost, who brought this bill. It's I think it's something that might benefit our constituents if we can work it into form and feel good about it. Most of us have these little trailers, and I think it'll be a really good thing if we can work it into form. So anyway, a tip of the hat to Senator Cost.
Anything else, committee? Okay. So with that, then I will open it for public discussion. Anyone wish to speak on 23 LSO 0018? Please come up. Yeah. I knew there was something else we needed to do. Okay. Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
it's good to see you again.
It's
Please
good to see you.
introduce yourself for the record and for those on Zoom.
I'm Joel Shell, Treasurer in Commerce County. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide some input on the bill, Mr. Chairman. I just have one comment and one suggestion. So, the comment is on the price. So the minimum you can pay for one of these trailers right now is $10. So with the $87.50 and the 5 times the county and state fee, the cheapest you could buy one of these permanent plates would be $137.50. Right, so $137.50, which means your break-even point for licensing it just with $10 a year is about 14 years. So, in my opinion, that's too high. I think anything beyond that 10-year horizon of breaking even is kind of the limit. We would like to incentivize people getting these. Again, like we talked about the last meeting, that $10 we collect is $5 to the county and $5 to the state. The county proper, the county general fee would be about $1 of that, and we spend more than that. Sending out reminder cards and trying to get these things plated. So if we want to really incentivize people doing it, last time we talked about maybe a $50 maximum fee for the plate. If you think we need more revenue than that, I think you could go to 100 and still get some people to do it. But I think at $137.50, it's going to be tough to incentivize people, going to that 14 years to pay for that plate. The second is just an issue with the bill. The bill does prohibit people from transferring their plate to other people, right? Which is great. We don't want that permanent plate to be moved, to another individual once the trailer is sold. But that does mean that it allows them to transfer their number to another trailer that they would get that would be meeting the criteria, which is great. We like that idea too. But what it does not do is give us guidance on the fees. So the statute that governs that transfer, 31.2.214, would say that, if you pay your 137.50 and then a month or a year, 5 years later, you get rid of that trailer and you get another trailer that meets the criteria, you could transfer that number over. But that statute currently says then we have a calculation that deals with what the remainder of the fee is, and you get a credit for that remainder of the fee. And when you're talking about a permanent plate, we don't really have a way of calculating what the remainder is. So we would just ask that the bill not be left like that you guys please give us some guidance as to what you intend, right? Do you intend that no fees get transferred, or do you intend that all the fees get transferred, or somewhere in the middle? So we've just asked for guidance on that. Other than that, I think we're almost there.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. Treasurer, I really appreciate the guidance. So the fee that is in the bill currently is $87.50. I can't remember why it was set that, but if we just drop that fee to about $50, that might accomplish put us about where you think maybe that level ought to be. And am I reading that correctly?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coach,
Michelle.
yes, that would get us to $100 then, the $50 admin fee, and 5 times the regular registration fee, which on average is $10 or $11 for those. So yeah, then we'd be right around $100.
Other questions, for Mr. Shaw? Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the way the bill is currently set up, if I have a permanent plate on a trailer and I transfer and I sell the trailer, then the next owner has to go through the same process. That I understand. If I buy a new trailer and I move my plate to my new trailer, will my new trailer still work on this, or will I have to re-register my new trailer?
Mr. Shell.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burt. So first, your new trailer would have to meet the criteria, right? So it'd have to be 6 years old, right? So you
Yes, sir.
couldn't buy a brand new one. You wouldn't be able to transfer plate. You could hang on to your plate, and 6 years later, then you could transfer it.
So new to me.
Yeah, new to you, if it
Sure.
met the criteria, yes, then there's nothing in this bill that prevents you from coming into the treasurer's office and saying, okay, I purchased another trailer that's 6 years old, under 1,000 pounds. I'd like to move my permanent trailer plate over to that. And then our question is just, we don't have guidance as to what to charge you, right? So what the statute says is you pay the fee for the registration, which would be, currently $137.50, less the credit you had remaining on the registration prior. And normally that involves a calculation with how many months are remaining on that plate. But it being permanent, that would be infinity, right? So that's hard to divide by. So we're just, we would just need the guidance as to what to charge you. Are we saying that no transfer credit applies? And so then you would pay another $137.50, to be able to move that plate over to that new to you trailer? Or do you think some credit should apply to the person doing that? That's what we're asking you as a policy decision.
Okay. Just a minute, Representative Burt. Heather.
Mr. Chairman, on page 4 in subsection P, it indicates that the license plate shall be only on the permanently registered trailer for which the plate was issued. And so currently, as the way the bill is drafted, it certainly could change according to what the committee says, but it would be for that particular trailer. Some new registration would need to a new permanent registration on a different trailer that met the criteria in the scenario that they're describing would be a different situation.
Okay, thank you. Representative Burt, you had a follow-up?
Yes, sir. Just a quick follow-up. So thank you, Mr. So maybe we could try to find some middle ground and incentivize. If we keep the 87.50, which is a high number, he said roughly about 14 years out. Can we try to figure out how to work and incentivize if we keep the current fee structure, but then work in the language to where for the remainder of my life, as long as I have that plate, I'm allowed to transfer it to however many trailers I choose, obviously one at a time, for the length of that plate. Trying to incentivize those that would buy into it. If they have 14 years out, they would get their money's worth on their license plate and not have to go through trying to figure out how to work a calculation on getting a credit back on a permanent plate. I don't know if there's any
Sounds like you'll be working on an amendment.
possibly. I just don't know how the language would work out. Or if there'd be anyone else that entertain the idea.
Senator Pappas.
Yeah, my question would be, what administrative costs would you have in a re-registration?
Mr. Shell?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, we wouldn't experience any that would be outside our normal scope of work or duty to the treasurers.
But,
I mean,
Mr. Chairman, but there
Senator
would be
Pappas.
some effort, right? And it would cost you some money to re-register something.
Mr. Shell?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, I think it would be the same as any other renewal or registration or any other transaction we complete on a regular basis.
Mr. Chairman, what I'm
Senator.
trying to get at is if we're going to re-register and we want to charge something for the re-registration, where would that be? It would be based on the effort. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Mr. Shell?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, it's difficult to say. I mean, this is just something we do in the course of normal business, so we wouldn't put a particular cost on it. In terms of issuing it, it would be the cost of the sticker and a registration, which, for duplicate registrations, we charge $4, and for stickers, we charge $6 for duplicate stickers. So those would be the materials going out the door. It would not be a high effort transaction on the part of our office.
Representative Stiver, and then Senator McCune.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we put just in the statute, a $10 re-registration fee, would that cover it?
Mr.
Where
Shell?
you would charge $10 for re-register something?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stivar, I think if you say, yeah, upon transfer of the plate, there's a $10 fee, that's certainly an option. I mean, I think we would be agreeable to that. We can administer it however you want. I think it's a policy decision for this body to determine what you think, a reasonable fee with that. That would certainly cover all the costs, I think, on our end, and even the material cost to do that. Mr. Chairman, I do also want to mention is in regards to the language that has to do with plates, being displayed on the plate for which it is assigned. That's common language in a lot of the statutes, right? When we issue specialty plates, our interpretation of that is that does not, prevent somebody from transferring a plate upon transfer of ownership under the transfer of ownership statute.
Okay, Senator McCune. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I go back, Heather, to page, I think it was page 4, subparagraph or paragraph P. Is that where we would indicate, would that be an appropriate place where we could add language that indicates you can transfer that plate? Can you give that some ponderance? And then when it comes time for us to perhaps suggest that amendment, can you have an idea of where we might go with that so that we can affect the transfer of that plate?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will give that some thought. I do think it most likely would go in Q rather than P. If what you're saying is the committee would want once someone buys any permanent registration for the whole rest of their life, all their trailers would be always permanently registered.
As long as they meet the criteria
As long as they meet the
and I buy
criteria.
another 7-year-old trailer, I'd like to take the plate and put it on that trailer. But I'd be willing to pay the $10 fee to our treasurer's office in order to affect that transfer.
Mr. Chairman,
So-
yes, I think it'll probably be in Q and I will work on that for a little
Thank you
bit
very
while
much.
y'all are
Thank you.
talking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rossetti, how does the department feel about all of this?
Mr. Chairman, Taylor Rossetti, Support Services at YDOT. The department has worked very closely with the treasurer here, and I think the points he makes are all valid. Most of those are, I think, actually policy decisions that you guys as a body have to make. I do think the way this was drafted, I think Ms. Jarvis did a good job cleaning up the language. This is a much easier bill to deal with than what we started with. I do think as it relates to the transfer provision, it might be cleaner to just specify somewhere in 31.2.214 how that transfer of this plate would be. That is where the treasurer gets the guidance for how they do the proration now. It just might be cleaner to have that specific thing for this plate into that section. That would be the only thing I would advise.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so just a quick comment, question. Mr. Shell, give us, please, if you would, please, give us an idea of what you think the transfer fee should be. We won't hold you to it,
And
although we'll write it in the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know. I mean, the $10 makes sense to me. I mean, as far as just trying to cover the cost of what it would take, but it really, it's whether the legislature wants to capture any, any fee or value on that newly purchased trailer, I mean, we've on the one that was originally registered, we did capture, $100 or 50/50, and so it's whether you want to continue to capture any further revenue. But I think a $10 fee just to transfer is certainly doable on our end, and it's reasonable as far as just covering the cost of the transfer.
Okay, thank you. Representative Burt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you've got a plate that's 4 and a tag that's 6, and you're no longer issuing a new plate and a new tag, then there's no more resources going out that the $10 would have to cover, correct?
Mr. Shell?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burts, that's correct.
And then one more follow-up.
Follow up.
And then if you're already looking at, I had a quick thought. If I transfer a plate to a new trailer, you're going to credit me on the remainder of what's out there. If it's a permanent plate, there's no more credit. So therefore, I'm not getting any money back. I've already bought into it with a 5-year plus the registration fee. So really, there's no money lost because you're not giving me money back to where I have to buy new into it. So I would generally push back on any additional fees outside what's already here as an incentive to push that 14-year benchmark out to get people to buy in. Just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Mr. Rossetti, do you have an idea of how you would identify a permanent plate? Would it be indicated as maybe a P before the plate number, or a line across it like trucks have that say permanent, or have you given any thought to that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good question. And I think the language as it is there in O, the distinctive license plate, I think that was the language we asked for. I took that to be an authorization from this body to create a special plate for this. I think our intent would be probably something that's very plain, likely like a white background with just black numerals. And it would just be very clear that it's a permanent plate.
All right. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Public comment. Anybody on Zoom? Heather, we have any? Okay. Anyone else in the room? Don't be shy. Okay, with that, I will close public testimony. Committee?
Move the bill.
Okay, moved by the co-chairman, seconded by Pappas, I think. Am I correct, Senator Pappas? Okay. Right, go through the bill. And we've seen this before, so page 1, page 2, page 3. Senator?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to change line 20, 8750 to $50.
Second.
Okay, second. And your reasoning, Senator?
I don't like the fee so high.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, amendment is adopted. Okay. Page 4,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would defer to Heather on this. I'm not sure where we want to go with this, but my interest is in providing language that would allow for the transfer of this plate. So with your help, Heather, I'd like to propose that amendment, but I'm not quite sure where to put it. Have you decided where you think it might be best?
Okay, is there a second? Okay.
Okay, Mr.
I'll
Chair.
go with
Oh, sorry.
Representative Stiver. I think you raised your hand. I saw it first. Okay. Seconded by Stiver.
Mr. Chairman, I regret that I do not have exact language at the moment, but I do think that the guidance from Mr. Rossetti that this would belong in 31-2-214 under transfer of ownership. And what I think it would under that section of law would create a new subsection that would refer to these particular trailers, and the things that we would need to know that I could put quite simply into the new subsections are if you want there to be a fee. And also the other aspect of 31-2-214 is that within 60 days after acquiring another vehicle for which the license plates would be proper, the original owner may file an application for the transfer of the license registration. That is a key provision of that entire section of the law, that the 60 days. And so I would want to know that the committee would for sure want that 60 days too. Or would you want to be able to hold this plate and then 4 years later be able to pop it onto something? If I just need to know if there's a time restraint on this permanent registration plate, and then also if you want a fee, and then I could put it in there. It would be in this transfer of ownership of how the treasurers would apply the fee and whether it would even apply depending.
I don't
on-
want a fee, and I want it to be consistent with the statute as it
Okay.
exists now.
Okay, so no fee, you said?
No fee, no.
Okay.
And like I said, I think it would be appropriate to stay consistent with the statute. And committee, my thought is if we would be okay with this, Mr. Chairman, maybe Heather could work that language. We could pass it in concept today. But that's up to you, Mr. Chairman, how you want to handle it.
Mr. Co-Chair, that's a good idea, but if we pass it in concept, I would like to bring it back and look at it, at least to know what we did at the November meeting.
Okay, and that was what I was going to check, Mr. Chairman, is that always, once, even if the committee passes a bill with amendments, once it goes through the chairs before it can go out to be numbered, but you don't want it to just go through you, you want it to come back at the next meeting?
Yes.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Just so
Mr. Chairman?
we are sure of the wording. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to modify on page 4, line 8 and 9 about saying this says it can only be used for the permanently registered trailer for which plate was issued. I think we'd have to eliminate that also.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we would eliminate it, but we may say except under, refer to this section. But because they still need to put the plate on the trailer that it's registered for.
Except as provided in,
Yeah,
Yeah,
something like that.
so,
Okay,
yeah, well, Heather, I would say conform the language
Mhm.
that we need to allow for a transfer. Okay. Other discussion on the conceptual amendment? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, that amendment is adopted. So Heather, bring that. We'll bring the whole thing back. I'll take a vote on it now, but we'll bring it back to make sure we have the wording correct in November, please.
Okay.
So. Okay, any other discussion? Question being called. Thank you, Senator. Heather, please take the roll on LSO 23 LSO 0018. Light trailers, permanent registration.
Senator Anderson.
Aye.
Senator Furphy. Senator McEwen.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Baker. Representative Burt. Representative Henderson. Representative McGuire.
Excused.
Representative Obermueller. Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Representative Romero Martinez.
Absent.
Representative Stivar.
Aye.
Chairman Burkhart.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon.
Aye.
That passed.
And by the way, for the committee, we passed out a number of bills yesterday and this one. The co-chairman and I will figure out how to divide these up between the House and the Senate later. Okay. Next one is consideration of bill draft 23 LSO 0026 road and bridge construction alternative contracting. Heather, please take us through the bill. Heather, proceed if you're ready.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. This is working draft 0.4 of bill draft 23 LSO 0026. What this bill draft does is it provides for the Transportation Commission to use alternative contracting according to how it's specified in the bill. Now, there is an entire section in the procurement, so some of the different procurement statutes, and it's actually in this situation, it's in Title 16 that talks about the alternative contracting. This bill draft is in Title 24, which is the highway statutes, the title of highway statutes, and then it refers over to that title the whole section on alternative contracting. So that was just by way of sort of the overall format of this. So in 24-2-108, the road and bridge construction professional services procurement, this already exists in statute. And what it does, you'll look at pages 2 and 3. This lays out the professional procurement, the statute already lays it out. And so this is just going to say, this provides the exception. On pages 2 and 3, you'll see that what's inserted is except as specified under the new subsection C. And that is twice there on pages 2 and 3. And then when we get to page 4, that is the substance of this bill draft in that it creates the new subsection C. The subsection C that is newly created, it says, as authorized by 16-6-702. So that is referring over to that Title 16 where these alternative contracting is. The commission may use alternate design and construction delivery methods that are defined in 16-6-701. Again, this referring to that area over there. Subsections A and B of this section, those are the ones that the committee just saw on pages 2 and 3, do not apply to any road and bridge construction work, any part of the cost of which work is paid from the State Highway Fund and that is using an alternate design and construction delivery method as defined in the 16-6-701. There is something that through additional review and discussing with some YDOT that needs to be a part of this bill, and that just after it had been sent to y'all before I could insert it, is that on line 12 of page 4, this bill needs to say, as authorized by WS 16-6-702C and notwithstanding WS 16-6-706, the commission may use the alternative design methods. And the reason why we need to put that notwithstanding in there is the bill that's, or the statute that's not withstood, the 16-6-706 mentions that those provisions that have to do with the alternate design and construction delivery method don't apply to contracts where there are funds that may include federal government funds. And so it needs to be not withstood because that could very well apply to a YDOT contract. So that's why it's not withstood in this situation.
Heather, could you repeat that statute? That it notwithstanding the statute number?
16-6-706.
Thank you.
And so that needs to be inserted at, like I said, at line 12 before the commission. And then, okay, section 2 for this bill draft. It is the rule requirement saying the Transportation Commission needs to adopt rules necessary to implement this act. And then on page 5 is the split effective date, just so that they can get the rules in order before the statute itself takes effect.
Questions for staff? So Heather, I do have a question on line 14, statute 16-6-701. Does that cover all of the alternative methods the department wishes to use? And maybe I should ask the department this. What I want to make sure is we say alternative methods, but I want to make sure that they're defined in such a way that the department can do what the department needs to.
Mr. Chairman, the department certainly can respond further about this, but I know that when they presented in May, they said these other entities can do this. And I believe that they were referring to this section, and we'd like to be able to do it too. And so this section, this is what's referred to and how it's defined. And the definition is alternate design and construction delivery method means the delivery method described by any qualifications based procurement of design and construction services, including all procedures, actions, events, contractual relationships, obligations, and forms of agreement for the successful completion of any public work other than by design, bid, and build. So I think that's pretty broad, and I think it gives them quite a bit of leeway. There's one more sentence I cut off before it was done. Alternate design and delivery alternate design and construction delivery methods available to a public entity include construction manager agent, construction manager at risk, or design builder. Those are all terms that are additionally builded. But that just means that they include this. It does not mean it's limited to those. So I think it's quite broad, but they can certainly let you know if that is broad enough for what they're requesting.
Other questions? Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a little confused. If the departments can already do this, what do we need this bill for?
Senator Pappas, did you answer that question?
I did. The issue is all the other agencies can. WIDOT just can't at this moment. That's all this does, is enable them to do that.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, it is, public entity is defined also in that same definition section of 16-6-701A3. That's what the staff comment is there at the end of the bill draft. And under public entity, WIDOT would fit under there, or the transportation would seem to fit under that that definition. However, the notwithstanding section that needs to be inserted, the notwithstanding, that one about the federal funding, that would tend to preclude them from it. So the combo of saying they can do this and notwithstanding that federal funding issue, then they can move forward with it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, other questions? So Director Reiner or Mr. Gillette, do you want to make comments? Yes, thank you, Heather.
Yes, good morning,
Director Reiner.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, again, for the record, second day, Luke Reiner, Director of WIDOT. I think the elevator speech here, just in terms of just reminding everybody, and Heather did a nice job of drafting this, is the Transportation Commission is currently only authorized to award projects to the lowest responsible bidder. Okay, and that's the rules we live with. Federal Highway certainly encourages states to consider the use of alternate contracting methods, really to expedite projects, streamline costs, and improve the way we do our business. Because there are some other types of contracting that would help in certain types of projects. And so this would also, as was indicated by Senator Pappas align us with what all the other agencies can already do in the state in terms of vertical construction. This is really a restriction for WIDOT and horizontal construction. And we'd like the option to use alternate bidding practices. Doesn't mean we do it all the time, but when it's appropriate, we will. And we'll see what Mr. Gillette would add to that.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Director. Thank you for being here again. Could you go over A+B bidding a little bit? Is that different because you can't have federal funds involved in the A+B bidding process?
Director, Mr. Gillette? Either? Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Gillette, Chief Engineer for WIDOT. Yeah, the A+B bidding is something different than what we're asking for here. This would allow us to do alternate contracting bidding procedures other than the standard design, bid, and build, which is right now what our commission can only authorize. So
Maybe if I could just add on to that.
Director?
So the A+B bidding that you're familiar with as being the liaison is a type of lowest bid. And it's just a different way to get to the low bid. The discussion here becomes specifically an example. What we're asking for here would be something that would be design.
yeah, we could use design build,
Which
which is a form or one form of alternate contracting where we would hire one company that could do the design and build it. And at times you could start the design, the contractor can start work before the design is complete. And so it's very efficient, it's faster delivery method of a public work to the public.
Other questions? Seeing none. So, Director, Mr. Gillette, this will make you much more efficient, help you with the current employment issues with the department of being down so many engineers and so many staff in the department. It'll help you become a little more efficient and a little more responsive to the available money and projects that need done.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At what point would this come into effect? I mean, how would that work in practice? You have your current bidding process where the lowest bidder, you know, their bids are opened at a particular date, and it's awarded to the lowest bidder based on the current system. Is that correct?
Director, Mr. Gillette.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the design bid is a form of this alternate contracting where a lot of that still applies. We would put out a proposal and we would state that this proposal would entertain design bid type contracts. And we could still receive bids from different companies that can do that kind of type of thing. And we could select based on that.
Mr. Chairman,
Follow up.
would you be required to put that out for competitive design build? Or does this just allow you to go to a particular contractor and say, we want to work with you on this and have no competitive bidding at all.
Mr. Gillette?
Mr. Chairman, no, we would still competitively bid the project based upon a design and a based upon one company doing the design and the construction.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Pappas?
Yeah, just a little more comment on that. A design bid build typically is the low bidder. And the A plus B is typically, there's just two components to it. It's a dollar component and a time component. So that's still design bid build. The issue is the other methods. When they come into effect is when there's special circumstances that the project needs to be done. Either it's multi phased and a single dollar amount you can't get to it very easily, or there's some time constraints that the project has to get in there. And so you need to select a contractor while you're even designing. You do that a lot in CMAR projects. So at the time that you select the contractor, there may not be a dollar amount. So, but there's always some type of selection criteria, so that contractors are not just given the job, they're selected based on qualifications, they're pre-qualified. There's a lot of different requirements that all contractors can submit, and then they compete on that. Even though the dollar amount might not be known at the time, because the design sometimes is not complete when the contractor is selected. The designer, the contractor, they can be selected all at the same time. They work as a team to get the project done, especially on projects that are, need to be done quickly and can't go through the entire design bid build process. So I don't think they're going to use it very often, but it's just another tool depending on the project scope.
Thanks. Representative Obermuller?
To that point, Mr. Chairman, is there any criteria in this as to when these alternative methods can be used, or is it just open-ended so that the alternative methods could just ultimately become the default way you approach these contracts?
Mr. Gillette?
Mr. Chairman, we would use the design bid type alternative contracting probably very infrequently. To Senator Pappas's point, those would be very complex, large, typically very large jobs, such as, for an example, the I-80, I-25 interchange, where you may have several professional type service companies that can use the contractor's skills in building along with the designer to come up with the best design project. And again, sometimes in unique projects, WYDOT may not be able to design the whole solution, the whole project in a fashion that we would be comfortable we're getting the best product for the best price. Again, I would say that our standard design bid build would be used probably 95 or 7% of the time. Probably very seldom would we use these others.
Representative Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have our staff comments at the end, and we briefly discussed the notwithstanding the federal requirement. Just so I'm clear, could you just briefly explain the differences with federal highways on what their requirements will be on something like this? It's just design build versus the design bid build process.
Mr. Gillette?
Mr. Chairman, the Federal Highway Administration has endorsed alternate contracting for years. Most other states are able to do that. I see no problem with being able to do this. In fact, they would welcome it, I do believe.
Representative Stiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not a big fan of design builds. I've worked quite a few of them, like the I-70 project. Has there been an analysis done on the cost overruns on these things, on these design builds?
Mr. Gillette.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I could answer that, never having been able to do one. Again, I think it would be used very rarely, and it would be used in conjunction with FHWA's approval when there's federal money tied to the project, which I would say just about all the time there would be, because these are big, large, complex projects that we would be using alternate contracting for. And I don't know if you can determine a cost overrun. But again, to Senator Papas's point, sometimes the work is so complex and WYDOT may not have expertise in every phase of that design or that construction to where it would benefit the Department of State of Wyoming to hire a company that can do that.
Mr. Chairman, just an add-on, certainly as we go to different conferences and I talk to my peers, this has been identified as a best practice. And it's a tool that we don't have in our toolbox that we think is fairly, important as we go forward.
Okay, so Director, Mr. Gillette, we kind of concentrated on two things: design, bid, build, and design, build. But there are, am I correct, there are other alternative contracting methods that may be used in an appropriate situation. We've talked about really two different methods, but there are others. Am I correct?
Mr. Chairman, you are correct.
Okay. And from a real world example, the Grand Avenue Highway Bridge exit in Laramie. I think you did a great job on getting that repaired quickly, but I think a lot of people would have liked it repaired a lot quicker. I think some of us are familiar with that. Would this process of being able to do alternative bidding methods have assisted you in getting that done quicker?
Mr. Chairman, perhaps that was kind of an emergency repair when that bridge was struck, and it's possible. I don't know if we would use it for that or not, but I guess I would just have to evaluate what we need to repair. In that particular case, that was a bridge. Our bridge department, I think, put some plans together very quickly on how to repair that, and we let it under emergency contract. But perhaps we could use this for something like that.
Okay. Senator McCune.
What would be Mr. Chairman, what would be the difference between the alternative methods versus an emergency contract? It seems to me we might already have a method to do this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gillette? Or Director, either.
Mr. Chairman, under emergency contracts, we're allowed to go up to a certain dollar amount, and we are allowed to solicit at least 2 bids, if I remember correctly, or more. from contractors that without going through the regular process of design bid build. In other words, we can under an emergency contract where we need to get something back in place for the traveling public, we are allowed to put a very quick design together and solicit at least 2 bids.
But Mr. Chairman, if I could maybe just add
Yes.
a little bit to that. So we see those as very different. So the emergency contract is something we do like when that bridge was struck. We also let one over the Snake River Bridge when that thing failed and we had to get it repaired so that full trucks could go over it. So something we have to do very fast. This alternate bidding is a different way to bid a project than just purely the lowest bid based on a set of plans that we produce. Because that's what we do right now. We produce, when you say, design, bid, build, we design the project, then we put it out for bid and somebody builds it. And so the example that we're using here, although there's others, is design build. And so you just contract with one company to both design and build the project. And where we think we need it and why it's important to us is we do see some bigger reconstruction jobs coming at us here in the future. Mr. Gillette certainly talked about one I-25, I-80 interchange. And that's a big job, multiple year with lots of variations. And if we tried to plan that all first and then bid it out, you probably aren't going to have a perfect plan. And so what you want to be able to do is say, hey, let's have one person that we work with to design it and build it as we go along. And so then that's what we bid out. We say, hey, we want the best possible contractor, you bid it out, to come help us do this design build. And so it's very different than an emergency contract. But that's what we're looking for. Right now, you can do it in horizontal construction. We just can't, correction, in vertical construction. We just can't do it in horizontal.
I think Senator Pappas or Senator Anderson had the next question.
The director pretty much answered what I was going to say. One thing, it's an emergency contract, can only be used for emergency. The intent is to use these alternate bidding methods when it's feasible to use them. For instance, their design staff may be fully booked up working on other projects when something comes along that needs to be addressed right away. And so they need to hire a designer as well as the contractor. So design build may be the solution, or CMAR at risk may be the solution. It's just, remember, we're just giving them the flexibility to be able to do that. They don't have to.
Senator McCune, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There's only one thing that alarms me about this. We keep talking about cost overruns and we don't know what the final cost is going to be. And we're creating methods that build more unknowns into it. And I understand the problem. I get the complexity of this. So my question is, if we do have a cost overrun on one of these methods, how do we cover the cost of that overrun? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director, Mr. Gillette.
Mr. Chairman, again, I would just say that the use of these would be extremely limited. And the cost overrun, hopefully there would be none, of course. But if you have a very complex project and you use the traditional design bid build, and it's you don't have everything just exactly right when you design that thing, you could have cost overruns and change orders that could possibly be larger than if you did a design bid type project where the beauty of that one is the contractor and the designer are acting as one. Typically, they're different companies that jointly do this, but the point is as the contractor's building the project, he can give feedback to the designer on shortcuts or better processes or some efficiencies from his perspective that the designer can take or not take and put in the plans. And so I think that the cost overrun, could be worse by the traditional method.
Mr. Chairman,
Director?
just to add to that, I agree with Mr. Gillette. As I've talked to my peers, and remember, I'm not an engineer, but the beauty of design build is you still know where your cap is. And as you go along, you can design the product to meet the targets. And so really, you may actually be more efficient with your dollar than a design bid build because of exactly what Mr. Gillette said. Is now you may have missed something. Now you got to change it out, and it's a change order, which are typically more expensive. And so in this way, it gives us more control and is probably a more efficient method in the long run to execute the project, which is why Federal Highway likes it so much. And remember, most of the money we're spending on these projects is federal dollars. It's typically a 90-10 split and lots of oversight by Federal Highway. So I would, I'd probably recommend the cost overrun is not a concern of mine because we have the internal controls in place to prevent that. In fact, I think it would be a way for us to be more efficient with the money.
Okay. Representative Obermuller, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question about the bidding process, which isn't really addressed in this bill. It's more of the delivery process. So under this bill, would you still be required to bid this type of job or under here, would you just be able to select somebody?
Mr. Gillette, Director.
Mr. Chairman, I think the idea here would be that we would select someone based upon their qualifications and their proposal. Much like consultants are selected.
Follow up.
So would there be a requirement that you receive proposals or could you just select a contractor?
Mr. Gillette.
Mr. Chairman, again, it would be based upon what they say they can do and what time frame and for what cost. Again, I see this, we've never done one, of course, because we haven't, but I see this as our procurement process on how we select a professional consultant.
Okay.
And it's just based on qualifications and their proposal back to us.
Okay, Director.
Mr. Chairman, there's a competitive process for everything we do that takes, lowest bid or best performer. And so I'm not worried about us not doing that. We will have an appropriate method to actively select it. It may be a little different than what you see today, but I'm, in the standard design bid build. But there is a competitive process that everybody can apply for and everybody can participate in to be selected for this.
Just a reminder for the committee, we're considering a bill to allow alternative contracting methods for the department. That ability already exists for other state departments. I mean, all of this is already there for the construction department when they rebuilt the penitentiary, when they did the state hospital and all those. The department, WYDOT is only asking to be allowed to do the same thing all the other state agencies do. So the next thing is Senator Pappas. I think you were next. No, okay, Senator Anderson.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I was just gonna answer that question and the question down here, but I think we're running out of time.
Right.
I'll just hold my comments.
Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comments are going to be quick. We use this method in all of our large building projects. I've been exposed to this many, many times. And we found it to be the most effective. Not only did you get the project going faster, you didn't have cost overruns because you were working together to actually have decreases in the price. And we had many cases where the contractor would come to us with, here's another alternative to this if you want to use it, and it'll save you this much money. It wasn't going to save him money, it would save us money. So I really like the design build a lot better than the design build bid build. The design build gave us the flexibility to get the project going and be involved with the contractor all the way through. The other thing it does is gives you the ability to pick the performance. You want the contractor that can do the job, not the lowest bid. We objected to the lowest bidder. We don't want the cheapest thing done. We want the best thing done at a reasonable price. Everybody seems to think there's not any bidding goes on with design build, but there is. Everybody comes in with their design and their proposal of how they would do your project. And you got to look at that and assess which one would be the best. There's still a design and a price. Now, there isn't a price guarantee as such, like you want to have on a design bid, but there's a price they have, and sometimes they range quite a bit. So everybody's worried about us getting away from seeing a price on the project. No, you still see a price on the project. I like the design build a lot, and I would encourage everybody to use it. Thank you.
Senator, there was a question in there somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One quick question, last question. Is this going to help? Is the Wyoming contractors, companies, the construction companies, are they still going to get their points because they're Wyoming contractors on this design build projects, or we're going to have people like Kiewit come in?
Mr. Gillette.
Mr. Chairman, again, I would see us only using these type methods on the more complex, larger projects that would be federally funded. And under federal funded projects, there is no preference given.
Okay. Representative Burt, and remember, we do have a time schedule today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna quick. Going through, if we pass this, is this like an either or? You either get to design bid, or can you actually put out a bid to where you design bid, build, or design build? And I guess my question, where the outlook is, if you get a design build, and for some reason the contractor can't finish the job for whatever reason, but you got the design, could you rebid the build portion of it for flexibility? Or do you have to stick with a design build, or can you kind of mix the options of a bid now?
Mr. Gillette.
Mr. Chairman, I think the quick answer to that would be no. We would stick with one or the other, and if there's a fault on any of those, we would certainly have the bonding company available to deal with, and again, if someone could not finish a project, that bonding company that bonded them it'd be up to them to find another contractor or another professional service to finish the project, and we'd hold them to that.
Okay. I think with that, we'll hold any more committee questions for maybe the public comments. So anything else from the department? Okay, thank you. With that, I will open it for public comment. And I think Ms. Legursky, you want to speak and can answer some of these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Katie Legursky with the Associated General Contractors of Wyoming, and it's in interest of time, I'll be very quick. We are very supportive of this initiative. We do believe that YDOT does need this tool in their tool belt. YDOT is prohibitive right now for using alternative delivery methods. Every other agency in the state of Wyoming can use it. Contractors are prepared for it. If YDOT does go down this route, contractors would work directly with YDOT in setting up the process, working with them, just like we do with any other new method that comes through with YDOT. We work with them hand in hand in implementing the process with YDOT, but we are very supportive of this. This is something that is common throughout the United States. It's used with all the other DOTs on a number of projects. Wyoming is one of it might be the only state actually that does not use this alternative delivery methods. And it's just time for Wyoming to be able to use this or have this tool available. And we do not see this being used on very few projects, whether it's going to be used at all. But we are very supportive in being able to use alternative delivery methods for horizontal projects in the state of Wyoming. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions for the Contractors Association? Okay, all right, Ms. Gursky. Ms. Legursky, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Anyone else out there? Anyone remotely? One last call. Okay, I will close public comment. Committee? Moved by Mr. Co-Chairman, seconded by Stiver. Okay. So committee, page 1. Page 2 and 3, because they're both pretty much the same. Page 4.
Chairman,
Mr. Co-Chair.
I didn't mean to jump the gun. But actually, I do think on page 4 is where we had the suggestion to move language in.
So you're proposing an amendment?
I'm proposing an amendment that would come in after 16.6.702C. We would say, and notwithstanding 16.6.706. And pick up the language there. So that's my amendment.
Seconded by O'Hearn. Okay, just to be clear, so on line 12 on the hard copy, considering the co-chairman's computer is a little different. Line 12, C after WS 16.6.702C, insert and notwithstanding WS 16.6.706. Am I correct?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, question on the amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Page, anything else on page 4? Page 5. Question being called. Please take the roll, Heather.
Senator Anderson.
Aye.
Senator Murphy.
Aye.
Senator McEwen.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Baker. Representative Burt.
Aye.
Representative Henderson. Representative McGuire.
Excused.
Representative Obermueller. Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Representative Romero Martinez.
Absent.
Representative Stivar.
Aye.
Chairman Burkhart.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon.
Aye.
That passed.
So that brings us up, we're now here today.
We made it to
We made it to Wednesday finally. So, let's see, next up on the agenda is item 14 for those who are following the agenda. Implementing high occupancy vehicle lanes, specifically near Jackson. So we don't have a draft bill. This is informational and proposal of a potential change, and I'm trying to find all of my notes. So I'm wrong. Yeah. Okay. This is. Okay, we're having some handouts. So Who wants to present this proposal? Senator Grew, or do you wish to propose this, please? Or speak to it, say something, and I'd ask YDOT also for their input on this also. I think this is a group effort. So I think I'm gonna go with the director first. We've talked about this before, but I think it's a serious matter. We've talked about I-80 between here and Rock Springs, or Rock Springs and Green River being the heaviest traveled 4-lane highway. And I think this is specific to one of the heaviest traveled 2-lane highways. So
Yeah.
Director,
Thank-
please.
thank you,
if you'd
Mr.
introduce
Chairman.
us.
So in the discussion here is one that's been ongoing with Teton County at multiple levels. And as we look at Highway 22, which is the road that heads west out of Jackson and over Teton Pass into Idaho, it is the 2-lane road with the highest average daily traffic in this state. And the average daily traffic on that road approximates a little bit less than in between Green River and Rock Springs, but there's only 2 lanes. And it is gridlock when you drive that road. And so we have started the planning process to do something on that corridor. And that process is called the NEPA process, and it will take us about 3 years to do it. But as we discussed with the leadership in Teton County, there's lots of options on what that corridor could potentially look like. And right now, we'll never say it's going to look like this or that, because we're just going to say we're going to let the process work, and the process will determine what that road looks like. One of the items that we've talked about with the county is this potential for an HOV, or a high occupancy, vehicle lane. And the discussion with the county was, hey, listen, we can put in an HOV lane today, but what we can't do by statute is enforce the laws, enforce the HOV lane. And I said, as my guidance to the engineers will be, we'll only plan for what's legally sufficient in the state of Wyoming. In other words, if you can't enforce an HOV lane, I don't know why we'd put one in. And so the discussion became, hey, let's go down a statutory line of ensuring that we have the ability to enforce the HOV lane, which we aren't saying we're going to have one or not have one, but we won't have one if we don't have the authority to enforce it. And so that's really the concept behind here, certainly in full support of this, statutory provision of trying to establish options as we go through the planning phase. Mr. Chairman, I think that's the short elevator speech of the background of how we got here today. And we'll turn it over then to the team.
Okay. So who wants to go first? Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman, Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm going to be just real quick and let the smart people talk. Just for a little more context, we've been talking today, heard a lot of talk about tools in the toolbox, as the good general just was saying. This is one of those. But just to give you a little more context with regard to Highway 22, and in addition 390, the road to Teton Village. The folks you're going to hear from today from the county, and Melissa here from the Teton Village Association. The community's worked very hard over the past 20 years with our public transportation system, our START bus, and with a transportation demand management plan between the county and Teton Village and the business owners out there to work together to try to keep traffic at a minimum, to keep putting people into public transportation. And this is just another step down that road. Millions of dollars, local dollars, tax dollars, and folks taxing themselves have tried to take this as far as we can take it. Working with YDOT, as we always have, great partner that they are, we've continued to work with them. So now as we move to the next steps, This is why this tool is necessary, we believe, to carry us forward. Those other tools that I've talked about, the money, the expense, those things are all going to continue. That will not stop. But I think that's just to give you a little more contextual view of what's going on. And now let Melissa and Charlotte, who know more about it and forgot more about it than I'll ever know, take over. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Senator, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. You do a great job up there. So it sounds like we've got to wait for a NEPA process that goes 3 years. My question to you is, why the pursuit of an HOV and why not the pursuit of just 2 more lanes out there?
Senator?
Mr. Co-Chair, that's a great question. And it's a question that's been asked in the community for years. There's been a desire in the community for a lot of different reasons. A lot of it, having to do with animal traffic interface, a lot of it to do with just a desire to have that 2-lane road to try to keep it that way. And YDOT told us the consequences of those decisions 20 years ago when it came up on the STIP to redo these roads. Well, we've, like I said, gone as far as we can go doing it this way. But now we need those other tools. And yes, it is 3 years down the road, but as you, Senator, and I both well know, sometimes the path to legislation can be a bit spotty at best and take some time. Good ideas never go away, but sometimes just take a little more time. So, but to fill in, and these two can give you more of the context of the numbers and what they've done at that point in a more robust way. So I'll turn it over to them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator. I would just say I've had the opportunity to come up and visit quite a bit lately, and grew up in the old days when there wasn't much there, and now there is a lot there, and it's a real problem. I just wish everybody in the state could understand how big a problem it is. So it's tough.
So yeah, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah.
So Senator, I just want to be clear. So while the department is looking at alternates and what to do with Highway 22 specifically, what we're talking about now is the ability to put in an HOV lane as soon as possible. Am I correct? Okay. All right. If you would just identify yourself for the record, please.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Melissa Turley, the Executive Director of the Teton Village Association. We are located at the base of the Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, and we are an improvement and service district. The request here is really just to consider the enabling legislation so that if at the end of the NEPA process, the result is 2 lanes of traffic in both directions, there would be an option to designate one of those lanes in each direction as an HOV lane. So we are not asking for this as an option to precede any additional construction that might be built. We are not asking for, we are not at this time asking for 4 lanes on that section. Again, it's just a tool in the toolbox so that if we are going to have 4 lanes of traffic on Highway 22 or on another busy road in the state, this is a choice that would be available to any community in the state to decide to designate. And as the director stated, right now, there is no ability to actually enforce the HOV lane. And that's what we are requesting.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just looking at the proposed language here that talks about not less than 2. And I know in Utah, that's the standard, but in a lot of states, it's actually 3. So has there been discussion about, what the implications of 2 versus 3 would be to your area?
Ms. Turley? Or, okay, someone else? If you'd identify yourself, please, for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Charlotte Fry, the Regional Transportation Planning Administrator for Teton County. I think initially you could start with a lower number. Certainly if demand warranted, if you did some analysis of the corridor and could demonstrate that it would be more effective, more efficiently moving vehicles and passengers, then you could increase that number. But having a lower number would give more flexibility to any community who wants to implement something like this.
Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask about, I think part of the problem in Jackson is getting employees who live across the mountain to work in Jackson. In Colorado, you can get a permit. And even if you're one single person, you can get in the HOV lane if you have employment issues, et cetera, that you need to get to. Have you discussed any of that as potential? Because to me, that seems to be the problem. A lot of the commuters going back and forth over the mountain. Thank you.
Ms. Fry, you wish to speak to that? If one of you raise your hand, I'll recognize you. So I don't know which one of you to call on.
All right,
the
thank
four of
you. Thank you for the question. The legislation would enable a community to establish the lanes, and the specific restrictions could be very flexible. This could be limited by time of day. You wouldn't have to be an HOV lane at all times. It could even be limited to just the time of day that you're speaking of. You know, that peak hour coming over from Idaho is about 5 to 6 a.m. and then it trails off by about 10 a.m. But that means between 5 a.m. and 10 a.m. there's a lot of vehicles coming over the pass, and so you could design various programs to allow people to use any lane at any time of day, but restrict capacity when needed, again, to make sure that the whole system is operating reliably and efficiently.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, I completely concur with that. Where I might go, since we're talking about potential legislation, is it could be that instead of having the definition, we might want to say established by rules, or move that out of there for the two-person, because I tell you, flexibility, as Ms. Fry says, is really key. And I think this is while Teton County is bringing this to the table, obviously the legislation is for the entire state. And as the point was made. And so I really do think it will vary from community to community. So the flexibility, I think, is key in terms of what is established. And I would probably see it as, the owner of the road gets to set the rules, and then the rules are enforced by statute.
Senator Pappas.
Now, I have to agree. I think that irregardless of the specific location, I don't think we ought to really worry about it. I think we ought to have a law that allows for this ability anywhere in the state. Certainly, unless we think we don't want to grow, and we will grow. I'm hoping, since no one wants to raise taxes in the state, we have to have more taxpayers. So hopefully the state will grow and will experience traffic problems, and if we can be proactive and have these statutes on the books now, then the better we'll be for it. So even if it wasn't a specific location, the entire state needs it eventually. I would agree.
Okay. Right. Other questions for the panel? Okay, not seeing any. I guess public comment, although I think that's kind of what we based this on. This is more a request than anything else. So any public comment? Anyone on virtual? Okay, any final comment? Don't leave. Any final comments from any of you? Yes, Melissa. I'm sorry, Ms. Turley.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to give a little closing comment that, again, I appreciate that you all recognize this as an issue in our specific area and the potential that it could become an issue in other areas. It certainly is a challenge, the amount of traffic for individuals traveling to work, traveling to take their children to daycare, and then it really is compounded when there is an emergency situation. We had an evening this summer where there were multiple accidents along Highway 22 between the pass and town. At that point in time, traffic was almost at a complete standstill and emergency vehicles then are very challenged to arrive at the scene. It's difficult to clear the accident when a tow truck can't get there to get it out of the way. And in our current situation, all of the traffic is just in that one lane of travel in either direction. So, we do see the HOV lane as a way also to help clear those accidents more quickly, as emergency vehicles certainly have access to that lane. You could close it to other traffic in the incident of a accident to be able to use that lane for emergency vehicles and tow trucks to clear that accident. So it definitely would be of assistance to those health and safety situations as well.
Okay, Senator Guru, any final comments here?
Mr. Chairman, thanks. Just to reiterate what Senator Pappas said, this is a Teton County issue today, as we've all said, and the general is exactly right. And so is Senator Pappas. This is a preview of coming attractions for the rest of the state. Frankly, I was surprised when we started discussing this a year ago that we didn't already have this legislation, but it is coming. It will be, just listening to your discussion yesterday about, the mileage between here and Green River and what's going on there right now. Could this be a solution for that? I don't know. But it will be coming up, and I can think of a half a dozen other roads in the state where it might have applicability at some point, whether it be in Natrona County or down in Cheyenne. So like I say, it's coming. So I think it's very timely. So thank you very, very much for your time.
All right. So Heather, no one on Zoom on this topic. Okay, anyone in the room? Director, did you have a final comment?
Mr. Chairman, my final comment would be, as your Director of Transportation, I would see this as an important tool in our toolbox across the state to mitigate potential growth, has been said, and would certainly support it.
Okay. All right, thank you. All, if you'd hang with us in case we have additional questions. So committee, Senator Pappas.
We've been passed out some proposed statute language. So I don't know whether we need a motion to ask for a bill draft. Do we need a motion?
Just make.
Well, I would like to make a motion that staff takes this proposed statute language that have been passed out and draft a bill for our next meeting. And this will be our starting point, and we can work on the language at the next meeting to refine this if needed. But I would make that motion.
Okay, seconded by O'Hearn. And discussion, Representative Baker.
Mr. Chairman, I was just wondering if we could just have staff draft it so that it does allow for, not having that requirement of 2 people in, so some flexibility there, because I think that's kind of seems to be the desire. If the sponsor of the motion is okay with that.
Senator?
I think we have the flexibility already.
Yeah,
It says
we
no
can do
less
whatever we
than.
want.
I mean, you can go to 3 if you want. It says no less than. You can go higher. But I'm fine with whatever staff wants to work on.
I think our direction to staff is to give the department enough flexibility to do their job in the draft through rule and reg on it. I think mainly portion of the bill is to allow high occupancy vehicle lanes and to allow enforcing that. So, and they can set, I think, through rule and reg what an HOV is. We can define it to a point, but I think they need the flexibility to do that. To go to Senator Furphy's comment about maybe you have a sticker that allows you to drive there so you can get back and forth to work, then you only have maybe one person in a vehicle. But I think we're trying to alleviate a lot of that traffic congestion, especially for those people who work in Jackson, live on the other side of the mountain, or actually live in Laramie and work in Fort Collins. You don't want to really be on 287 in the morning or in the evening. Sometimes the traffic is pretty intense. So it does apply to other portions of the state. So Representative, does that fit with your thoughts? Okay, anybody else? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Okay, Heather, do you have enough information, do you think?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, great. And thank you for the pictures, the map. To all of you, that's great. Frankly, it just makes me cringe. I won't be up there on that road in the summer. On that, but if you do get up there, I think it behooves all of us to travel that road to see some of the conditions. That's why we did what we did yesterday, which was a great experience, I think, for all of us on that. So, okay, let's take, I don't know where we have it here, but it's a 9:45. Let's be back at 10 till. If you need a quick break, stretch, whatever, and then we will take up WyoLink operations and funding. So 5 minutes, please. Okay, so let's get started again. I apologize. That was a Appropriations Committee 5-minute break that lasts an additional 5. So if you would please take your seats, we can get going again. Thank you. Okay, so the next topic we have is WyoLink operations and funding, mainly the county commissioners. So I think with that, Jeremiah, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Today, I'm joined by our newest staff member, Mr. Jonathan Russell, who will be serving in a policy role for us and may be appearing before you in the future. I wanted to just introduce him to you all. I may be part of that problem with the Highway Patrol. He does come from the governor's security detail, if he looks familiar to some of you. So we're excited to have him.
Is that a threat?
Mr. Chairman, no. Mr. Chairman, I will try and go through the slides that I've provided to you in short order and make myself available to any comments or questions that you may have. Starting out, Mr. Chairman, the objective that our association has had for a couple of years is to find a long-term sustainable solution to fund the maintenance and software system of the WyoLink system for all users. And so this is not self-serving for just counties, it is all users. And just so that you know, and perhaps others will opine on this, all users includes municipalities, counties, state government, whether that's emergency personnel, road and bridge personnel. Our schools use the system. There are private entities that use the system on occasion, and for good reason. Obviously, we have some large industrial sites in this state that would want to have access to it. And interestingly enough, we have others that are on the fringes of our borders that also use that system. So one example would be the Nebraska Game and Fish Department, or some others that might touch it. So it is a critical system for us, but our goal has been this.
Mr. Riemann, I'm going to interrupt you
Yes,
real
please.
quick for a minute, just on something and a quick answer, please. Those other entities that use the system, such as Nebraska Game and Fish, private entities, are they paying for that use in some manner?
Mr. Chairman, YDOT can probably confirm this, but my understanding is right now, the entirety of the system is paid for by local governments, so counties and municipalities and the state. So I do not believe that those private entities or out-of-state entities or even the school districts are contributing to the WyoLink system.
Okay, thank you. And I know the department will speak here in a while. Keep that question in mind, please, Director.
All right.
Continue.
Mr. Chairman, the other part of our objective here is, if possible, to find a funding source that might contribute to the other parts of the WyoLink system, which includes the towers and the other equipment that is vital to that system. But our priority purpose is the maintenance and software upgrades. Mr. Chairman, turning to the second page of the slide deck, the first slide there, as I mentioned at your May meeting, and as I provided to you as the committee, one of the resources that I really focused in on was this report from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security that looked at all of the states and how they're funding their public safety communication systems. And I've noted the various approaches that states are using to fund their systems. I'm going to focus in on a few of those because I think that they provide potential solutions for us here in Wyoming. I will say that some of those solutions face stronger headwinds than others, and certainly there are people here that will talk about some of those. But the main point for me is that these are available solutions, and they're all solutions that my members could support if you wanted to move any of them forward. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll start with state and local funds. Our current maintenance and software system is being supported through two sources of funding. One of them, and I've included it in that slide deck, I apologize, it is rather small, but through the end of this biennium, a portion of that is paid through YDOT funds. That's the the IS funds that you see, the internal service funds, to the tune of $1.3 million. The remainder of the system will be supported by local government funds to the tune of $4.1 million. The source of that fund comes from two parts of our current fiscal structure. The first being the mineral royalty grant, which is found in 94601. And the second part of that is supported by severance taxes in 3914801. So one approach that is certainly possible is to memorialize that rather than going back through the budget process every 2 years and appropriating that $4.1 or so million. Again, you can memorialize that. There is, some conversation that would have to be had because the mineral royalty grant over time is, going away. It is largely funded through at least bonus payments and other things of that sort. So that is a consideration. Now, severance tax, it's under cap and would presumably be there over time as we develop our minerals and assuming that those continue to be developed. So that is one option. The other downside to that particular option is it is local government funds that you are capturing to make that payment. So you wouldn't necessarily be solving the state portion of that system operations, but it is an available option to us. Mr. Chairman, moving over to page 3, slide 5. I'll talk now about 911 surcharges, or you could consider this a much larger universe of other charges that or places that you could attach a surcharge. Quickly about 911 surcharges, there are some potential limitations to that. In the past, the feds have been very strident in saying that that could only be used for limited public safety communications uses. That prohibition has lessened over time, but I still believe that there is some argument that could be made that if you use 911 fees for the public safety communication system or WyoLink, that it could only be used for those entities that are in emergency responses. So your law enforcement, your hospitals, your EMS units, it couldn't be used by or be used to pay for other entities like your school districts, your road and bridge, and others that might be on the system. The other problem with using the 911 surcharge is that the 911 system in the state is currently underfunded already. So for example, in calendar year 2021, the cost of that system was just over $10.3 million. The current system for funding 911 is an allowance for counties to impose up to 75 cents on a phone bill. And each county is currently at that 75-cent level, and the collections amount to just over $7.1 million. That means that counties are carrying the additional burden out of their general funds for the 911 system. So you would have to raise that or allow for the raising of that system significantly in order to cover not only 911, but also WyoLink system. A viable solution that has been discussed, but certainly will face headwinds, is to use phone billing. And I'm going to get to that one here in a second. Or you could attach a surcharge to, say, a utility bill to capture all of the potential individuals that benefit from the WildLink system across the state, which in reality, frankly, is all of us. So, Mr. Chairman, in slide 6 there, one potential approach, and I'm very cognizant of our issues of 911 and not wanting to get in front of that, is to allow for an increase of the 911 surcharge. An additional 50-cent allowance, as it says there, would increase total collections to $11.9 million, which would be enough to fund the current costs of our 911 system as it stands today. If you wanted to, you could also impose a statewide public safety communications surcharge for the state portion. If you imposed a 25-cent imposition, that would raise about $2.4 million for the system on a yearly basis. So over the biennium, about $4.8 million, not insignificant, and gets us close to the $6 million or so target that we're looking at for the WildLink system. And then you could allow for counties at their discretion to impose some sort of a public safety communications surcharge that would be used to pay for the WildLink system. The value of that for perhaps you is that you don't have to make the decision of imposing anything. That would be left at the local level. The commissioners would have to make that decision, or alternatively pay for it out of their general fund in order to continue accessing the WildLink system. And currently 22 of 23 counties use the WildLink system directly.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, where is this 9/11 surcharge increase coming from that would bring in 11.9 million? I'm thinking that's a phone add-on to the phone bill, or what? Where's that charged?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, you're correct. On your phone bill today, if you dig into the details, there's a surcharge that is attached to that for 911. As I mentioned, counties currently can impose up to 75 cents. All 23 of them do that. And that funds the system. Current collections are about $7.1 million. So allowing for an increase, a 50-cent increase, gets you to that 11 point.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the problem I see with that is we're having fewer and fewer phones, landline phones. Is this also a charge on the cell phones?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, it's a charge on landlines, cell phones, and prepaid phones. So all of them pay that fee.
Proceed.
All right, Mr. Chairman, moving to page 4, slide 7. Another approach that could be taken, and maybe even favorable in a lot of regards, are two different approaches: imposing a surcharge or a fee on traffic tickets, or on vehicle registration. So I will start with traffic tickets. This has been one that has been suggested by some in the audience, is to attach that ticket fee. One of the questions that exists out there is the constitutional limitation. Is there a potential constitutional limitation? Right now in our Wyoming Constitution, Article 7, Section 5 states that all penalties and fines go to schools. So the question is a surcharge or a fee a fine or a penalty? I think, and I'm not an attorney, but I think the answer is no. And I get to that conclusion only from the understanding that we already currently charge court fees and other surcharges. We have a lot of other fees in state statute that don't go to our schools and are directed to a particular use. Now, let's assume that limitation does exist. As I mentioned earlier, schools are a utilizer of the WildLink system, but do not currently contribute to it. So you could still, as part of perhaps a package, impose a fee or a surcharge on traffic tickets and apply that to the WyoLink system. Of course, there is a nexus, obviously, if you're calling 911 or if somebody is coming out to an emergency, that's likely touching the WyoLink system or our public safety communication system. So there could be a nexus. Again, I think this is a very viable solution in this conversation from the conclusion that it perhaps does not violate the Constitution. The second one, there is a vehicle surcharge. It's certainly a stable and easily trackable system. In fact, I was able to pull data on the number of registrations in the state, and based on fiscal year 20 data, a $5 surcharge would generate approximately $5.2 million on an annual basis. So over the biennium, that's more than enough money to fund the system. It is possible that you could amortize the system such that when you initially purchase a brand new vehicle, the charge is either lower or higher in relationship to a much older vehicle at registration. That's a possibility. You could also, like you do with 911 fees, allow for the counties to make the decision on whether to impose the fee or not to impose the fee, and pay it out of their general fund if they wanted to. And then, of course, the nexus there is that all Wyoming drivers in some way benefit from the system, whether they see it or not. So again, Mr. Chairman, all of these are viable options that my members can support, and we will very much work with you. As I said, there are going to be some headwinds on some of these options, but we're here to work with you and to fight to get a long-term sustainable solution. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
Okay, questions for Senator McCune.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, we have the school systems using this system also. How exactly do they use it? And is it really critical for them? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Reedman?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I'm not certain that I could answer that for you, other than it is a communication system which allows them to communicate from vast distances and perhaps dead holes in our state to the home base.
Follow up, Senator.
I guess as I think this through, the schools are pretty much fixed. And I don't know if we have schools that are actually in holes. And they have many different methods of communication. So I'm just honestly wondering why they would be on it. And there may be a good reason. I just can't wrap my mind around it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Reedman?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, maybe I think the place that it's likely being used is in school buses and being able to communicate to a home base.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeremiah, thanks for all your work on this. Really appreciate it. Can you remind, what's the target? Is the target the 4 million and the 1 million plus in the budget to try to take care of our counties out there? What's the target?
Mr. Reedman?
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. It is around $6.5 million takes care of the maintenance and software side of the system. If you wanted to find a solution that might be viable for the towers and the other elements of that system, WYDOT would have to provide a better answer around that.
Right.
As you know, we're putting a considerable investment with our ARPA funds and such into that. And let's be honest, the 6.5 doesn't even cover my guys that are putting up towers or buying radios or other things of that nature. But that was the target, is 6.5 just for that operations and system maintenance program.
So I'll follow up, Mr. Chairman. So Jeremiah, thank you. That, just to back up a little bit, committee, one of the things that we came into this deal a couple of years ago was the thought that, our counties, it's very important in this system that we have everybody on board. and the counties are struggling to pay for the maintenance of this system. And so, you know, the result of that a couple of years later is that we're sitting here today looking at, well, what are the alternatives? What can we possibly do to help keep this system viable, which is pretty important in a frontier state with all the distances between our communities. It's important for our school buses out across. Any given Friday night, there's 185 buses out there with teams on, traveling somewhere. So then you reach the difficult part, which is how do you generate the funding to help the counties to pay for this system? And that's where we are. So I just thought that might be helpful, and have I characterized that correctly, Jeremiah? Really, that's what we're here for today. Am I correct?
Yeah,
Raymond?
Mr. Chairman, if I can just quickly, you know, this system has not always found a lot of friends at the county level in particular. A lot of frustration about the potential costs of coming into the system, whether it's going to work, and bless you, how that plays out long term. The value of trying to find this long-term sustainable fund is to lessen that issue at the local level. Because let's be honest, counties do not have to use this system. In fact, some of them have maintained analog systems. And my fear is that if we don't find a solution, some of those counties might move back to that. And that's at the detriment to all of us who want to know that we're going to have good communication systems and get emergency personnel there to help us in whatever our emergency is. So that's my interest, is trying to find that solution so that we can all value this system in the way that I think it should be valued.
Thank you for that. Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask, I assume the counties are looking at how efficient this system is. How rapidly have expenses been going up on this system? So, yeah, I just want to make sure it's operating efficiently and it's being monitored carefully to control those expenses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Raymond?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Furphy, if I could, perhaps that's a better question for WYDOT because this is managed under their agency. And so I could give you sort of an anecdotal approach, but I think they could give you a better understanding of the system.
Okay. All right. So with that, I think we'll get WYDOT up if you'd hang with us, because I have some more questions for the County Commissioners Association, but I want to hear from WYDOT first. Don't go. Yeah, that's a good place. Don't go too far. We want to be able to reach out and touch you. So, Director.
Mr. Chairman, we are happy to talk about WyoLink. So with me is Mr. Nate Smolinski, who is actually our lead for WyoLink. And so a lot of the technical questions we'll kick to him. I think maybe just a couple comments from me. Certainly not the first time we've talked about WyoLink here, but from my perspective, certainly one of the key essential tasks that has been assigned to WYDOT for this state is to operate and maintain our state emergency communications system. And it really, if you start thinking from whence we came, that's where my mind typically goes on this, is after 9/11 and the inability, in New York City for police to talk to fire and the loss of life that incurred based on that inability. And we as a state, some of you might have been involved in that decision. I was not at the time. I certainly started using it though, was to say, hey, we're going to have a system that's interoperable. And we're not going to let that happen in our state. and so it started as sort of this interoperable system, and it started on the roads. And when YDOT adopted it, and really the initial focus was on sort of YDOT operations, primarily troopers, and interface with a few others. But, you know, as the system has really come online, it has through a long series of growing pains, and there have been, but working very closely with specifically the counties, and I would certainly thank Mr. Riemann for their support on this, and really some excellent work on this funding. But the system has expanded based on really proven performance, and others are coming on board because of it's reliable and it's consistent. And so now today, over 500 users on the system, over 12 million times somebody pushes that push to talk button and it works. And so that's what I think about is, hey, it has become a system that I think is almost bigger than we originally envisioned. And there's more people now saying, hey, can we get on it? Which we say, yep, absolutely, because it's our system. Right now, basically the counties pay 70% of the cost. We pay 30 in YDOT. YDOT uses it about 30% of the time. That's where that allocation comes from. And the county uses it for about 70. YDOT currently pays for the like the game of fishing in Nebraska. That question was asked. They do not pay. Right now, YDOT is paying that.
So I'll interrupt you there, Mr. Director. Why?
I'm going to have to kick that over to Mr. Smolinski on that one.
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Smolinski, interim CTO for WIDA. Those agencies, the private agencies and out-of-state agencies, they've been actually sponsored to come on board by an existing WiLink agency that's currently on the system. That being said, they receive the informational invoices just like every other agency does. However, they are not collecting a balance at this time.
So I'll ask the question, is there any intention to collect that money? I understand the interagency interoperability with, say, Wyoming Game and Fish and Nebraska Game and Fish. But, you know, we're talking about a tough funding issue here and very tough economic times. And we're letting individuals and companies and other states use the system for free. I guess that causes me some concern.
Mr. Chairman, that conversation has not come up. However, it's something that we could probably work into one of the funding options that maybe that should be considered.
Okay. Go ahead, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, that I think that really probably, I think the other question I picked up on, how do schools use it? You know, to the best of my knowledge, it's on every school bus. They use it to dispatch the buses, and specifically, they certainly use it on their cross-country trips, as the co-chairman talked about. You know, as a dad, when our kids were of that age, you know, it's reliable comms when cell phone is not. And so, you know, from my standpoint, I sort of like having that communication on a bus. So if you run off the road, you can call somebody to help. So that's, you know, I think that's the background. You know, Mr. Chairman, I could talk more about WiLink, but for us, it's a system that we are responsible for. My hats off to Mr. Smolinski and his crew, really, to make it an effective system. They have done a lot of outreach, a lot of training, and based on the proven performance, sort of some naysayers have really come on board on the system, and they've been happy. And so, you know, that's actually brought joy to my life, because I think that is part of our responsibility, is to have a system that works, because my life, your spouse's life could depend on it. And it, for me, it's no fail. And so that really gets us to the question of, hey, how do we pay for it? I might add one other thing. I really, from the state level, have told Mr. Smolinski no more. And in terms of no more towers until we get the current system, basically upgraded. And that goes back to the discussion we had last year about the microwave backhaul and the ability to move WyoLink into the next generation and support next gen 911. And so I personally think that we need to just take a pause, get everything up to date. And then, you might recall last year there had been actually requests for about 16 more towers. And at some point, we probably need to add those. But at this point, I think we just need to say, hey, let's be looking with both eyes before we jump. And so that's the current guidance here. But the issue is long-term sustainable funding. About $6.2 million a year is the goal.
Mr. Co-Chair, I think you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Director, I agree with you. I think the reason that most of us ran was to take care of our constituents out there. And one of the top 5 for me anyway would be safety and security. And as I mentioned, we're in a frontier state. That said, we have a lot of folks who don't want to pay for this anymore. For whatever reason, because it costs $6 million a year or so much per biennium to have a emergency communication system that covers 93,000 square miles. What does it look like if we just tell you we want WyoLink to go away? We don't want to fund it anymore. What does that do? I guess you would have to go back to a different system for our troopers and just tell the counties, you guys do what you need to do. I'm just curious, what happens if we don't fund this?
Yeah,
thing?
Mr. Chairman,
Director?
if, let me take a crack at that. And I'd be curious what Mr. Smolinski thinks about that. But my thought would be, it's taking a step backwards. My thought is there's going to be a whole brand new set of expenses to stand up another system. WIDI uses that 30% of the time. We got 6,733 miles of road, got 208 troopers out there, got 400 snowplows. We got to talk somehow, and it's going to take a statewide system. And so that's the system that we have. In my mind, it makes sense only to have one system with everybody on it. I think there'd be increased costs then to the counties, as they would have, some of them would have to actually now go by. Some of them maintained the old system, some did not. It would slow emergency response because it goes back to the old days where you're going to have to, keep track of what frequency do I need to be on to call, Sheriff X or Deputy Y. And so I think as a state, we would slow down the emergency response across the board. With your permission, let me see what Mr. Smolinski said.
Smolinski.
Mr. Chairman, to kind of back up what the director said, I guess my question back would be, if not WyoLink, what? So there would have to be a system that's in play. And one of the advantages to WyoLink is the interoperability, and that is having agencies being able to communicate across agencies. We're seeing our neighbors up north in Montana, where we're working with them right now to tie the WyoLink system in with Montana. Montana is a fractured, splintered system of systems. And what I mean by that is there's multiple counties that are working somewhat together, but what happens is the state has gone in, because as director stated, they still require a statewide system. So you actually now have a state tower being built adjacent to a county tower. So it's an ineffective, inefficient source of resources of what we're seeing allocated there. I mentioned interoperability, and I kind of go back a little bit to what Senator McCowan had mentioned with the schools. There was a program that was launched that we're looking to kind of build back up again, known as SchoolSafe. And what that actually meant was schools were handed a Y-Link radio. That Y-Link radio was programmed with the local sheriff's office talk groups into that radio. This way, if there was an event, active shooter, that school system had access immediately to the sheriff's office dispatch. So instead of having to pick up a phone, try to locate something, maybe they didn't have good cell service inside of the building itself, Y-Link was basically providing that form of communication. Mr. Chairman, I hope that does answer the question.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, do you see any future integration between the next gen 911, Y-Link and broadband? Do you see any of those coming together and integrating the technologies in the future?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Slins?
the short answer, yes. So some of the upgrades that we're currently underway right now with the Y-Link system via the ARPA funds are bringing Y-Link up into that next form of technology. One of the key things that we're working with, and I won't get too far into technical details, but there's this platform out there that allows what we call LMR, land mobile radio, which is Y-Link, to basically converge with LTE, long-term evolution, which is your cell phone. So what we're actually trying to do is merge the two technologies. As we know, Y-Link provides coverage in Wyoming where cell carriers do not. There's also some advantages that the cell carriers can provide that allow Y-Link to become more effective of the system. To go back to NG911, absolutely. Part of that is the large expanse of data that is now going to be transmitted from the caller, the first responder, back to the dispatch center. A lot of that information is going to be traveled over the Y-Link network.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add a bit to that from sort of the layman's perspective, which is my approach to this, is but Mr. Smolinski hit it on the head, is two things there. One, to think about next gen 911 and will not replace the need for Y-Link. They will be mutually compatible. When you ask about the relation to the internet, the Y-Link system currently runs on T1 lines, which is the old lines. And when we talk about funding microwave backhaul, which was part of the discussion last year for ARPA, what that talks about is running broadband or internet out to the Y-Link sites. So what that does is it puts Y-Link into the high-speed broadband capability, and then better allows it to match and pair with next gen 911. So what you see is multiple systems working together. And it gets technical, and I'm not a technical guy, but that's, as I think through it, that's really how I understand it. So.
Follow up, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think in the current funding model, the YDOT's getting about $100 million more, and I think 25 million of that is for broadband, if I'm right. Is it going to be possible in the future to capitalize on those funding streams to support Y-Link in the future?
Yeah, Director. Mr. Chairman, Representative Baker. So the $100 million, I think you might be thinking about is from IDJA. And there's $100 million assigned in IDJA to broadband. That's not coming to Y-Link, and it's not coming to YDOT. It's coming to the state. The state will put together a plan for broadband expansion, and we are in a support role there. And right now we don't see that coming to us. If that's the money you're talking about. If you're talking about the IDJA money that we talk about for roads, then it's inappropriate expense of that to put in Y-Link towers at this point.
Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I got is the carriers that are co-locating on our towers, is that money being used, put back into the Y-Link system?
Mr. Smolinski.
Mr. Chairman, it is. A separate account was established. Currently, that is estimated roughly at about $30,000 per year. It's not a huge amount of funds that are coming through.
Follow up. Are we putting stuff out there for these carriers to come in to locate? on these towers?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stivert, we are. So we design our towers at our sites. We do construct them with the intent that they can hold more than just WyoLink. The idea is that we are quote unquote open for business. We do see co-locate opportunities, and our partners also have a complete database of where our sites are located. So if there is an advantage for them to come on board with us, we have open to that conversation.
Okay, Representative Obermuller. And for everyone, remember, we're discussing funding the system, not whether we like it or not, or that. So
Thank you, Mr.
please
Chairman.
proceed.
Yes, on the funding issue. When the long-term plan is to add 16 more towers at some point, what is the estimate of the annual cost of that once those are added? Currently, the 6 million, I assume, is for where it is right now. So what would that number go to if we added 16 more towers? Thank you.
Mr. Smolinski.
Mr. Chairman, we currently have a contract with the vendor that provides us out to 2026. So we are fixed to where we are currently on those contract numbers. We average just about $35,000 to $38,000 per site to add on to that contract. Now, that's to 2026. We know that we're in different times when we sign that contract. So we have asked for upgraded numbers to go past 2026. So we can then better evaluate what each one of those sites are going to look like.
Any other questions on the funding? Oh, one more follow-up.
Can you tell me that number again? I was trying to write it down and it had already slipped my mind.
Sure. So,
30.
Mr. Chairman, it's $35,000 to $38,000 currently
To 38,000 per site.
per site currently,
All right, thank you.
and that's to 2026.
Okay. So, excuse me. So I'm seeing no other questions. I'll just throw a few on the table. We're talking about potential funding sources for WyoLink. And we haven't talked about some. I know the counties don't like to hear it, but maybe we just tell them, come up with the money. Done. We can tell the department, you're going to cover it all. Done. I really would like to hear some specifics. Thank you to the County Commissioner Association for giving us some. I know this is a tough issue. I have a couple in my head I could propose. I don't know if they'd be popular or not, but I think that's the issue, is the ongoing funding over time, who we let on the system and how they pay for a fair share. I tend to like the idea that the schools have access to it for immediate communications. Heaven forbid we ever have anything happen in our schools here in Wyoming that have happened in other states, but I'd remind everybody of Cokeville many years ago. That was one of the first major school incidents. And that which did happen here in Wyoming. So I like that, but again, somebody has to pay for the system. It doesn't come out of thin air. And I think we need to really look at potential funding sources. There's no bill proposed. This is information and that. And I think that's where we are, whether you like the system or not, whether it grows or not. We need to figure out how to pay for it. It's here. We use it. I've been here long enough to know all the gyrations we've had with people wanting on it, people not wanting on it, the counties, some counties on it, some counties not. In fact, some towns within counties where the county wanted to use WyoLink and the communities said no. I come from one of those areas. But I would ask for specifics. What do you think we need to do for the funding? How do we fund the system going on for the counties? If we want the schools involved, I do have some concerns with letting private organizations on there and not charging them. I know it's probably easier to do that. And I understand the reason. I mean, there are places in this state where an oil company who's out there drilling a well has no other means of communication. I've been in that situation. But again, letting people on with not recouping any expenses to me is problematic. So any ideas specific ideas. We've heard some from the County Commissioners Association on funding WyoLink, and I guess I'll open that up for a discussion. So I'll start with the department. Specific thoughts, and there are no unreasonable thoughts about this.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, to your question, one, I do like the idea of spreading the ability to pay for this to as many people as we can. Right now, certainly, I think you've got two entities, the counties and WYDOT, paying the bill. It is a system that benefits everybody in the state. And as you look at some of the options that have been laid out by the county commissioners, some of those options certainly spread it out. Specifically, if you look at, a statewide public safety communications surcharge, right, which is allocated in some form or fashion to people who use those systems. I think that, any one of these would get us there, but that one is a specific one that's certainly been discussed in the past. I do like the idea because, one of our additional duties assigned is 911 coordination. And across the state, we are not funding those systems like we should. And we rely on those systems. So I personally like the idea of increasing a 911 fee. That's already out there on a phone bill. And so I think there are some real live ways for us to collect revenue that benefits almost 600,000 of us in the state. Because in the end, everybody expects an emergency response, and that's what this provides. So, Mr. Chairman, that's a couple thoughts there. I actually also like the idea of looking at the additional traffic ticket fees. I think that bears exploring. I know we had looked at that in the past. The amount of revenue that would produce, probably not $6.2 million a year. And so I think, the co-chairman asked a good question about, hey, how much money are we trying to raise? And I think that's part of the discussion. Right now, we're fundamentally taking the money off of the road to fund the system. And that's just the way it is.
So I'll call the county commissioners back up. You can stay there, Director. Jeremiah, please. What I'm trying to do is try to get to some sort of at least solid recommendations. This, I believe, is the fourth time we've discussed this issue at this committee. And we need to get off dead center. We keep talking around the issue. We keep talking to it, but we don't do anything. So, Jeremiah, please, your thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just say a couple of things, I want to make it very clear. From my perspective, local governments are funding the system already. That MRG is money that would go into responding to emergency situations or other capital construction costs at the local level. But right now we've dedicated it to this system. Another thing I just wanted to mention, the 70-30. Counties are mentioned, and that's because I'm the guy up here collecting arrows. But remember that 70% is made up of a lot of local entities, the municipalities, special districts, and others. So we are part of it, but there are lots of others that are involved in that back end. And I do also want to say that the 70-30 fluctuates. There are occasions where state usage is higher and the like. So it's not a solid, but it is a good sort of benchmark. Mr. Chairman, I think to your specific question, I'll try and rank the options that I've put before you to help with this. At the bottom of my list is the 911 surcharge. because of the limitations that exist around it. Now, to the director's point, what I would say is that we underfund our 911 system today, and we haven't gotten to next gen 911. So we certainly need to, whether it's part of this conversation or a future conversation, need to think really hard about that, because costs are going to go up with that one as well. Now I'll go from top to bottom. In terms of those that I think face the least amount of headwinds and are incredibly viable options, at the top of that list is likely putting in a traffic ticket fee or a vehicle surcharge, or both. What I don't know sitting before you today is how much a traffic ticket fee might generate for us, because I just don't know how many tickets are issued across the state. I can tell you what fees are collected currently and what those generate, and maybe that gets us close, but it doesn't quite get us there. I select these because they are broad-based solutions that hit, well, at least with the vehicle surcharge, hit generally every person in the state of Wyoming in some way. Again, you can look at how you might want to structure that. Second on that list would be some sort of a public safety communication surcharge, whether you attach that to a utility bill or some other mechanism, or to a phone bill. Those are going to face headwinds, and at least in terms of the phone bills, and you'll hear from folks, I suspect, but that would be there. And though an incredibly viable option, but one that has its own issues long-term, is the MRG and severance tax memorialization. That really only pays for our portion, doesn't take anything or doesn't do anything for the state. So that would be my next lowest. Those are the 4 options that I presented to you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully that helps. Again, we're supportive of trying to do something with any of these options, and we'll be there, but hopefully that helps to at least rank them a little bit.
Mr. Reaman, that does. Thank you. That's, I think, what we're looking for.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to compliment you on your comments. And you're absolutely right. I think this is 3 or 4 times that we've brought this in front of the committee. Some might wonder, why is transportation spending so much time on wildlife? Well, we're the home committee. I mean, this is where it happens. This is where it resides. And we have a problem. And part of what we do in the legislature is we address problems and we try to solve them. The problem has been and still is, how do we pay for this public communication system that is pretty darned important across our state? And we may not like any of the options available to us to solve the problem, Mr. Chairman, but we kind of owe it to ourselves to at least suggest something that we can consider among ourselves. We can decide, later on, what, we just don't have the stomach for it. We're just not going to do it. We're not going to pay for this system. But I think we owe it to ourselves, committee, to at least think today about forwarding something to our legal staff to say, let's at least draft this up and run it up the flagpole, and at least we're doing our job, in my opinion, to try to solve a problem. I mean, we've got to fund a system, Mr. Chairman. That's the whole purpose of why this is here for the 4th time in 2 or 3 years. Thank you.
Okay. So, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, it seems like we're just plowing the same ground time and time again. We heard all the options in the presentation, and then we asked to hear them again, and we're getting nowhere. We're just continuing to say this. I agree with the co-chairman. Let's have some sort of proposal for a bill that we either do or we don't, and quit discussing all the ideas. Thank you. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay. So I will throw another option on the table for your consideration and the committee's consideration. and I would ask for your opinion, which is from a budget standpoint, this year could be a very good year for the state. I know that sounds odd in the economic times we're in, but with the price of oil and gas and coal, actually, it could be a very good year for the state. And we may have some extra money to deal with. To take a portion of that money, set aside in a fund and use the interest off the fund to help pay for the system, the same as we do with the Wildlife Trust Fund and some other trust funds, to create a trust fund out of, let's call it surplus money, which it isn't, but I don't have a better term right now. Your opinion of that? I'm
Mr. Chairman, I think it's an incredibly viable option. Absolutely. I just don't know the amount of money you'd have to invest in that. Another option that I'll be presenting to a committee next week on an entirely different issue is just to memorialize taking a percent of interest off of one of our investment accounts and dedicating that to, that one's going to be a different issue, but you could do that perhaps here. I think they're all viable options.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, I would certainly concur with that. I mean, I think, obviously the discussion always is, who should pay and how. And certainly that one may face less headwinds than some of the other solutions that have been thrown out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Co-Chairman, I think you've brought up something that's very viable. You put $150 million fund aside and you live off the interest, and that would pay your maintenance charges of this public safety communication system. Be the least painful. It would still be a vote to set money aside for a specific purpose, but gosh, I think you've hit on something. I'd sure like to look at a bill that would do something like that. The only other thought that I had was, a vehicle license surcharge. That's hard to stomach, because every time you go in to buy your license, you got to pay another $3 or whatever, just in case you wreck out there somewhere. That's a hard sell. So I'm with you, Mr. Chairman. I think you've hit on something.
Okay, so I think at this point, I'll open it for public comment. I know there are some people here who want to speak on it. I don't want to beat this up. And then I think after the public comment, hearing what I think some of the telecommunications people have to say and some others, I'll entertain a proposal for legislation. So if you want to come up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is Jody Levin. I'm here on behalf of Verizon and Charter. I don't enjoy this testimony today, Mr. Chairman. I've had to come and do this numerous times, and it's never fun. So I'd like to get that out at the start. I'd also like to make sure that it's very clear that my comments today on behalf of my clients are not about the system itself. It is about the funding mechanisms of the system. And a proposal to add another fee on a phone bill is not something that my clients support. They look at that as a tax on their customers, your constituents. Taxes, fees, surcharges, assessments, whatever name you attach to it, the government accounts for upwards of sometimes 20% on a phone bill. And that's all phone bills. That's your landline, that can be your cell phone, that can be VoIP over internet protocol. It's very frustrating when you're in a competitive industry and you're under pressure to have affordable bills that you become the de facto tax collector for government. So that is not a politically popular option in my client's view. As I've listened to this debate today, I think one of the frustrating things that I hear about proposed solutions is the users of the system not paying for the system. Your constituents, the customers of my clients, are not the direct users of WyoLink. If there's a fire at a home, they pick up a phone, they use their cell phone, and they call 911. They help pay for the 911 system, and you've already heard it's underfunded. But customers do not call and do not use WyoLink directly. So that's the frustration as we listen to this debate today. You have users on the system that don't pay for it. So as you're looking at these options, certainly I would encourage you to look at having the users of the system help pay for the system before you add an additional assessment on a phone bill. I mean, one of the other frustrations for industry in this is Wyoming does not have a centralized system. So for 911, for instance, that is 23 reports or more, depending on if we've got more than one 911 fee in a county that you have to account for. You can be audited on that. That's all a burden to industry for collecting taxes for the government. So the more fees and taxes that get added on, customers don't like it. They call routinely and complain about it. And it's very frustrating. Is there anything more important than public safety from a government responsibility standpoint? Likely not. Other states, to your point, Mr. Chairman, they have looked at using their ARPA funds. Some states have done exactly what you have proposed. They've realized that these assessments on phone bills fall short because technology continues to change. Costs will always go up. You will never stop having to fund something like 911 or WyoLink. That's not a criticism. That's just a fact of technology. It's dynamic, it's not static. So other states have taken funds and they've set them aside and said, it is a government responsibility to fund public safety. We're going to take these off of phone bills and we're going to create an endowment of sorts or a trust fund of sorts to help start paying for this, because they realize you can't just continue to increase a fee on a bill and pay for a system adequately. I don't fault the counties at all. I'm very sympathetic to the challenge ahead of them in trying to find a sustainable funding source. My comment is just, we challenge that an assessment on a phone bill is not a sustainable funding source. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions? Okay. Jason?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Jason Hendricks with Range, we're a communications broadband provider in a number of areas of the state. I echo Ms. Levin's comments. I agree with that. I just wanted to add a few more things. We talked about this for a number of years, as you mentioned. At one point in time, there was a discussion previously about using 911 fees to help pay for this from the perspective that there's a nexus there that people call the system. And so therefore there should be a surcharge for that. At the time, the FCC was really adamant about 911 fees not being diverted to purposes other than what they were originally intended for public safety answering points, PSAPs. And so they basically frowned on that and didn't allow that. Recently, they did kind of open the door to allow for the fees to be used for interoperability networks like WyoLink, but it has to be specifically related to the portion of the network that is emergency services related. So if you wanted to put it on a 911 fee, you'd really have to break down the system and determine which portion of the network is for the emergency services and which is for other purposes. And as we heard today, the network is being used for a lot of purposes, not just emergency services. So one, I think that before you'd ever do anything like that, you'd really want to have a breakdown of which network is for which purpose, and then the things that you can identify where there is a strict direct cost causer that's not paying for something, private users that aren't paying into the network, get the recovery from those purposes, schools or whatever the case might be. A lot of the stuff is just WYDOT talking amongst themselves, snow removal, and none of that stuff would be included. And so then, at that point, you could look at, okay, well, maybe this is a portion that you might want to recover. But then even at that point, as Ms. Levin mentioned, there are a lot of reasons why you don't necessarily want to put it on a 911 surcharge increase. There are affordability issues. At the same time, people are trying to expand the breadth of the network. They're trying to keep rates affordable, and this would directly be contrary to those goals. There's competition issues on raising fees, and some carriers may have an ability to pass it through and others may not. Or maybe may want to eat it and others may want to pass it through. So there are issues there. And then lastly, on the 911 fee part of it, if you increase the fee for this purpose, it kind of limits your ability to increase it for next generation 911 purposes. It's not, and as we talked about, or as previous speakers talked about, there is a proposal, or there needs to be an upgrade in next gen 911 that you want to limit the ability to fund that part. And so my comments basically extend also to a special fee, whatever the public, I forget the term that was used by Mr. Riemann, but another fee in addition to 911. Basically, everything I talked about applies to that as well, on the concerns with it. Identify the other stuff first before you get into this. So my recommendation, I guess, would be is to really break down the costs of the network, see where the recovery points are, and then go from there. I'm certainly not opposed to the alternative solution that was talked about. And then just one last thing, if not WildLink, what else would there be? I did just want to mention, I don't know a lot of the details because it's been a lot of years since I've heard a lot of updates about it, but there is a FirstNet solution out there. And that was the solution that was come up with by the federal government after 9/11 to do some of this stuff. And I don't know the viability of it. I don't know all that, but there is that network. And I just wanted to mention that's something to be looked at as well. So that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Questions? Okay. So, Mr. Hendricks, you have not seen the advertising for FirstNet, I assume. They are publicly advertising for customers right now.
Oh, no, actually, Mr. Chairman, I have not seen that.
Okay. Questions? Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Other public comment on funding WildLink? Morning.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Bob McLaurin with WAM, and basically wanted to let you know that we agree with the commissioners and Jeremiah's presentation on this, and appreciate the committee's willingness to dig into this and try to fix this thing once and for all. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
Questions? Thanks, Bob. Thank you very much. Anyone else in the room? Okay, anyone virtually? Okay, one last chance. Okay, I'll close public testimony. Committee, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest, and I don't know if it takes motions, I think the committee can request a bill draft, but however you want to handle it. I do think that it would be wise for us to have a bill drafted that would raise that additional 50 cents on the 911 surcharge. We've got to address 911. I mean, that's become very clear. We're underfunding that system. And I think when we come back in November together, we can take a look at that and decide whether or not we want to increase by 50 cents, what we charge per line. But I do think I would suggest that we do a bill draft on that, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Pappas.
are you suggesting it goes to WildLink though? And not 911?
No, has nothing to do with WildLink. I think this is a separate issue and a separate bill that would simply address 911.
Okay, so we're now addressing a different issue, Mr. Chairman? Not just WireLink? I mean, I thought that was all we were addressing today.
Mr. Co-Chair. Do you have, let's do this as a motion. I'll take that as a motion. if you wish.
I think it's fine if we want to set that aside and not even consider it, but 911 kind of falls under our purview a little bit here too, so.
All right, let's. I know the idea and I understand the 911 issues. Let's handle WyoLink first. We can come back to that if you don't mind, if you would just hold on to that thought. Because I know we do need to fix 911 also. So suggestions, ideas.
Mr. Chairman, do you need a motion to set aside that extra money that you were talking about for funding WyoLink? Is that something we can propose?
Senator, we can propose anything we want to. Getting it through the Appropriations Committee and the rest of the body is another matter. So Senator Pappas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I know it's not popular, but in my mind, WyoLink is a general fund obligation. It's something the state needs to pay for. We've already heard testimony that a lot of these folks, while they, incidental users of the system, the users actually are governments, right? Not the people on cell phones, or not people who are driving the cars, they're ultimate user through our government, but the government is the direct user. And I think it's a general fund obligation of the state. Now, that's probably not going to be popular with the bodies that we dip into the general fund just to fund it. But frankly, I think that's the location it needs to be. That's who needs to be the payer. State just needs to pay it. We don't need to put additional fees on other things. We just need to find the money in the general fund and pay for it.
All right. Other thoughts, ideas, comments? So on that one, Senator, what we would do is take pretty much what we're currently doing and place that into statute. Is that your suggestion?
I suggest we run a bill requesting an appropriation.
Okay.
From the general fund.
Okay. Comments, thoughts? Okay. So, okay, at this point, we're just gonna sit here and stare at each other, I guess, which, okay. Representative Obermuller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would like to see a draft on, with the idea of setting up the trust fund. I think, the safety aspect of this, the legitimate purpose of government in the area of safety, I think gives us a lot of basis for setting up a trust fund for this. I would really like to see that bill.
Okay. Representative Stiver.
I'll second that.
Okay.
But I want to see, because in the past, people have reached into these trust funds and moved money around where they can't touch that trust fund, period.
Yes, it would be inviolate.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator.
I would agree. I mean, a trust fund is going to be would be an ideal situation. My thoughts, however, is the money required to set up the trust fund will be even more difficult to come by than an appropriation, a biannual appropriation. I don't think you'll get it passed through the body, but I'm not opposed to that. Okay. I think I would be very much in favor of it.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not necessarily opposed to either of these plans. I would just like us to literally look through the budget and see if the money's not already there. Instead of trying to find new taxes and new ways to do it, I think we can find the money. I think it's an issue of priorities. And I think we need to take a deep dive into it and figure out how we're going to pay for it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. And Senator, we currently do have it in the budget, but it is not statutory. It's merely whatever comes out of each individual budget. Okay. Not saying any other ideas, I will propose then that staff draft a bill to make this and it's difficult. We'll probably have to work with appropriations to make this a general appropriation. It'll have to go into, it'll be a general fund for the department, most likely. And I'm having real trouble coming up with the wording this, how we do that. And then make it also that we come up with an amount to set aside out of, if we can take it out of ARPA funds, if we can take it out of IJA funds, or any of the federal monies where it's appropriate, to establish a trust fund where 90% of the interest goes to pay for this, and the other 10% is reinvested and stays in the corpus, and that the corpus is inviolate. As a starting point for us to discuss this in November. I know I'm not real clear, Heather, but I think you get the idea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I get the idea and may contact you through the drafting.
Yes, please. So I don't know how that fits with everybody, but it's a starting point. I think all of you have heard me yesterday. I'm kind of getting a little frustrated with talking around issues and not taking some sort of action and get moving.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Pappas.
So as I understand it, the bill draft would require it to become a standard budget item for the department, but there would be an appropriation to offset that.
Correct.
Standard budget item.
Correct.
So
I know. Go ahead, Mr.
So,
Co-Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman, I'm confused. Are we now going to look at two different bill drafts, or have we folded into this proposal? The motion was made by Representative Overmuller to draft a bill to set up a trust fund. And now have we added to that we're going to request a current fund budget appropriation? Are we looking at two different bills? What are we doing here?
Mr. Co-Chair, I'm looking at one bill that work hand in hand and do exactly what Senator Pappas said was, you have a bill to take the money out of general fund, the way we're currently doing it, but we make that statutory and allow the offset to come from a trust fund that we establish with a source of funding for that trust fund. I don't have all the exact wording. I would trust that staff could put some wording together for that. And we have something to look at the next meeting. I'm just looking at trying to get off the dead center of, we all look at us with each other back and forth and not have any sort of recommended solution.
Same here, Mr. Co-Chairman. I would suggest that we might want to keep that bill clean. Go with the
make two bills.
Trust fund bill, and then we can certainly draft some other bill that just says appropriations. We hope you'll start paying for the entire cost of the maintenance of the system. I agree with Senator Pappas. It belongs in the general fund, but the fact is we have not lived up to our responsibility and paid for the system under that, guys. And you and I have sat on appropriations.
Yes.
It's a very difficult process every year to try to get this thing funded. So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we keep them separate.
Okay.
But that might be just me.
I think that's appropriate. Okay. Heather, got that? We'll keep those two separate, the two concepts. Okay. And have something ready for us to discuss in November. Okay. Committee, does that work? County commissioners, a way to go. Department. Okay. And then with that, then now, Mr. Co-Chairman, let's talk about 911.
Mr. Co-Chairman, I can withdraw that. We may want to consider at the end of our meeting, I was going to suggest that there have been some items come up that we might want to share with our appropriations colleagues as chairman of the committee. And we could certainly do that in a memo, just suggesting that we think it would be a good idea to increase what we're paying into the 911 system. We don't have to draft that as a transportation committee, so I can pull that off the table.
Okay, but we do need to address 911 funding.
I think we do, and I think that that we should represent the Transportation Committee in saying, we hope you'll take this up and draft the bill.
Okay. Any other discussion on WyoLink? Okay, great. Okay, with that.
Mr. Chairman, when
Yes,
while we're transitioning, could I just take a personal privilege here?
yes. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so in the back of the room there is my boy. He came down during the session and you'll recall he had his first kid during the session, so he blessed me as a grandfather. But he's a senior in high school and he's attending up here at Western and spending most of his week at Western. But he dropped in and so I just appreciate that and wanted to say hi to him. But the other thing too is there's 3 dozen donuts back there. I have to throw away a dozen from yesterday. So please, over the lunch break, everybody help yourself and clear those out so I don't have to feel guilty about throwing away more. Please, thanks.
Okay, welcome. Thank you for being here. And Representative, a quick note, how's your grandson doing?
He's doing much better, and he's actually the same one that the House members may recall that got the 120-mile-an-hour speeding ticket coming to Cheyenne 2 years ago. So that's him. So
Okay. So the local school district thanks you. Okay, with that, we will go to airport governance and funding. We have a bill draft 23 LSO 0016. So Heather, if you would come present the bill, you can bring help with you if you wish. And I would like to keep this to 45 minutes so we stay on schedule with a hard break, a hard stop at noon, because we have our military department in this afternoon. So Heather, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, before me and before you is 23 LSO-0016, working draft 0.5. What this bill draft does in the big picture is that it authorizes counties and municipalities together, if they wish, to establish airport districts. And then what a lot of the bill is the requirements and the duties and powers of the airport districts, which are very similar to different special districts and to airports that already exist. And so none of this was just created out of whole cloth. It was pulled from what is already kind of designated for airports or for special districts, and as far as ways that they operate for funding and things like that. And so for even when one of the things is authorization to issue bonds and incur debt as specified, but that again was pulled from other areas where there are special districts or airports doing these things, not airports already, but special districts. And then also there is an authorization of a distribution from the fuel taxes that if it already goes to an airport, then it would go to a special district if that was created. Because some of the fees from fuels it is already pulled off. And then finally the bill also requires cooperation of the Aeronautics Commission with an airport district if that is, if one is created. But that also is not just creation, that's just in statute where it was already said that the Aeronautics Commission would cooperate with airports. Well, then it's inserted airport districts. So that's a lot what the bill does. There is the creation part. If you start on page 2, and you'll see that 10-5-401 through 10-5-405 are created. And so this is an article in Title 10, Chapter 5 to create airport districts. And the specifics are that each Board of County Commissioners that has established an airport or airport board, either by itself or through, somehow they have established an airport board, they may establish by resolution an airport district. And then there are some qualifications, and those are if the airport district is composed of lands within the county. These are things that you might imagine would exist. If they're not, if the airport district is not within an existing airport district, if they're not within the boundaries of a county or municipality that is exercising its powers to do an airport on its own, and if they're not within the boundary that of an airport board that is already existing. And then the airport board, if one has been formed jointly by more than one county or municipality, then it needs to be adopted by all of the counties or municipalities who are involved. So whoever's creating this, everyone needs to be on board is the idea. And then at the bottom of page 3, there is subsection B that is that tells the process for contacting the Department of Revenue to make sure that there's no conflict or overlap within or any other boundary issue. So basically all the things that were on the previous 2 pages, it gets clarified or kind of confirmed that none of it, there aren't any boundary issues. Then on page 4, there's subsection C that it tells the process that after the adoption of the resolution, what happens is that the airport district becomes a government subdivision of the state of Wyoming and a body corporate with all the powers of a public or quasi municipal corporation. And then it tells that it, how it is will refer to itself. So the blank airport district, whatever county or whatever it is. And this talks about successor organizations and that the district shall have perpetual existence, and that it shall file with the county clerk of each county in which the district is located and with the Secretary of State a certificate showing the district's creation. So these are just specifics to make sure everything's done in a uniform and organizational manner. But again, none of this stuff is really created out of whole cloth. At the top of page 5, there is subsection D that indicates how that lands may be added or subtracted from an airport district. And then finally, subsection E specifies that unless otherwise specified in these pages that we'll be going through, an airport district shall be governed by the Special District Elections Act of 1994, which is already in statute and has been since 1994. And 10-5-402 is, I'm on page 5 now. This describes the powers, management, removal, and dissolution of an airport district. So subsection A describes what how the composition of the airport district and the terms of those members. Then on page 6, subsection B, it specifies that they shall have their executives as far as a president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. Subsection C at the bottom of page 6, it specifies that an airport district governing board may exercise all powers that are granted to municipal corporations and counties under the specific and under those respective statutes that are designated to municipal corporations and counties. Subsection D describes that the airport district governing board may appoint a full-time or part-time manager, so that as far as its personnel to run the airport district. And then over on page 7, subsection E, pardon me, the airport district governing board is authorized to enact any ordinances necessary to operate its district. And then and it files those with the county clerk as an ordinance, a properly enacted ordinance. And then subsection F on page 7, it describes that the governing bodies of the participating counties and municipalities may mutually agree to remove any member of the airport district governing board. So there is oversight of these boards as well. If they come together and decide that such a thing is necessary, and also to fill vacancies on the airport district governing board by those governing bodies. Now, there is a staff comment. This bill draft, which was very, very, very similar about airport districts in 2021, it required cause that is as worded above. And you'll note that on this page 7, on lines 14 and 15, that the governing bodies of the participating counties and municipalities, they can remove any member of an airport district governing board for cause. And that language came from the 2021 bill. But if you look in the statutes at 16-1-106 and Title 16 are the county statute is the title for counties. That does not impose the same requirement of requiring for cause to remove members of a board. And so and what it reads at 16.6.101A, it indicates that members of the board may be removed by the governing bodies of the participating agencies. So that's just a consideration for the committee of whether they want to carry on like as it is existing statute to require or not to require for cause, or to have for cause. Okay, and then at page 8, subsection G, it describes that an airport district that it may be dissolved and how. Subsection H is about the airport district needing to make agendas and make those publicly available, and that it shall be held up to the public meeting standards. And then now we're on page 9 and section 10-5-403. This is about taxation and the limitations on their power. Subsection A indicates that after the governing body of each municipality, of each county and municipality participating in the airport district authorizes a request from an airport district governing board to propose a levy, then the airport district governing board may submit the qualified electors of the district the question of whether they shall impose it. So this is the process that any special district or municipality has if they're going to propose a levy of some sort, is to propose it to the electors, and that describes it here in subsection A. And then subsection B is if the proposition to have a levy is approved by the electors, then it shall expire in 10 years. Then we are on page 10. Oh, well, also with that 10 years, it tells how it may be that it may be submitted and may be approved every 10 years thereafter. So it's not just a 10 years period, that it can be reapproved if the electors so choose. Subsection C explains that there are limits on county indebtedness, and subsection C indicates that the assessed valuation of the district of the mill levy, if one exists, shall not be construed as part of the general county mill levy for those calculations. Subsection D indicates that the airport district governing body that has a levy that's approved, that it needs to it tells how it will be levied, and that they need to indicate forecasts to and present forecasts to the governing bodies of the municipalities and counties that formed the airport district. And then on page 11, there's subsection E, and this is where it describes after the presentation of the airport district budget that's provided in the subsection before, the Board of County Commissioners in each county in which the airport district is located at the time of making the general mill levy may impose it. So this entire part is the process and when and how it can be imposed and renewed. A mill levy should one become voted on by the electors. And then 10-5-404, this is the issuance of bonds and notes or warrants, and this indicates that a majority vote of the members of the airport district governing board, the board may issue bonds, notes, warrants, or other revenues in the same manner that there's a full entire process that is laid out for hospital districts at those statutes that are up on page 12, line 3. And then beginning on line 6, subsection B, it indicates that there's not a limit on the assessed valuation of the district for payment of principal and interest on the bonds, but that the governing bonds of the participating counties and municipalities, the electors of the district that is provided that the aggregate amount, pardon me, of the indebtedness shall not exceed the 4%. So there's not a limit on what they issue, except that this 4% in subsection B. And that, trying to go super fast here, and I'm getting some of these, there is this subsection B also tells about the redeemable in a certain time not to exceed 25 years, and and determining the amount of the indebtedness that that shall not be included in the computation bonds or evidence of the indebtedness payable solely from net revenues of an income producing facility or project. So that what that describes is the limits of the bonds and how they need to, how the limits on the airport district issuing them, and that and how the aggregate amount of indebtedness is calculated. On page 13, section 10-5-405, this section specifies that the airport district, it may borrow money without an election in anticipation of the collection of taxes or other revenues and may issue short-term notes to evidence the amount borrowed. But on this instance, the amounts borrowed shall not exceed the anticipated revenue and shall be repaid as soon as the revenue is received. So this is merely a short-term a short-term kind of stopgap to get from one point to another, and any short-term notes issued under this section shall be payable from the fund for which the money is borrowed and mature within the close of the fiscal year in which the money is borrowed. That's not some long-term thing like one of the other funding mechanisms in the previous two sections. And the bottom of page 13, this lists all of the different sections that will refer to airport districts or these newly reported airport districts.
So Heather, then from 14 on, this is more conforming language, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with the exception of, yes. It for the most part is entirely conforming language.
Okay.
And if something had previously referred to just airports, that it now inserts airport districts.
Okay. And the first part of the bill is pretty much, other than the name, parallels what we've done for other districts, correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, for the most part, there are subtle differences, but nothing is dramatically different. Some airport districts, or I'm sorry, some special districts are more limited, but these in any instance that where something where they have a power, it is as would it be as awarded to other districts.
Questions for staff? Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heather, could you briefly explain the differences between this version and the versions we've seen in the past?
Heather?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Baker. The main differences between this version and past versions are that whenever something goes through additional iterations and review, some language becomes clearer, because often sometimes when it's just pulled from other statutes, like other special district statutes, it can lose lose a bit in translation as far as being easy to read. There's not significant differences. Most of them, when I say clarity, something like at one point, if the governing body is removing a member of the airport district for cause, it had, a previous version had said that they may jointly do this. Well, now it says by unanimous consent. So it's just a little bit more, I believe it says that. I should make sure that is the change that was made, but just to be more specific in its language, specific and clear. But as far as substantive, they're very few substantive changes. Is
that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We could go over specifics if you would like to offline, but yeah, there's nothing that would be surprising that was inserted or removed
Okay.
from
Any-
previous versions.
Any other questions? Okay, all right. Did you have a question, Senator? Okay, no, I won't. Yeah, okay. So, okay. Does the department have any? No, they wouldn't. Never mind. So I think with that, we have the bill we've talked about last time. It's very similar to a previous bill from last session. So I think with that, I'll open it up to public comment. And Heather, I know we have one person online, I believe. For comment on this? No? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Devin Brubaker. I am the airport director at Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport here in Rock Springs. I also serve as the chairman of the Wyoming Airports Coalition Legislative Affairs Committee. So appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I appreciate the work that this committee did during the 2021 general session to get this bill, or during the interim leading to that session, to get this bill made it through the Senate. What's before you is largely the engrossed copy that came out of the Senate. It went over to the House, had quite a few amendments, and then if you all remember, failed on a 30-30 vote on third reading. So obviously devastating for us and the effort that was put into it. And I think for several of you that put a lot of effort into it as well. I appreciate the work that LSO has done with this bill. Just a brief update on what we have been doing since the last meeting, I believe was in May. We have started engaging with other stakeholders as well. We've met so far with County Commissioners Association, Wyoming Association of Municipalities, and the Taxpayers Association. And we look forward to further meetings with other stakeholders, including petroleum, mining, and tourism, and many others. We have a long list of people we plan to meet with this interim to make sure that if there's any fine tuning to this bill, that we can bring it forward either to you during this interim or during standing committee at the beginning of the session, should you all choose to move forward with it. The importance of this bill is largely based on the fact that 37 of our 40 airports in the state, public use airports in the state, are not self-sustaining. And that is a byproduct of the fact that being a rural state, we do not have the amount of air traffic that larger airports have. If you look at the 3 airports that are self-sustaining, they are the 3 larger airports in the state, either with aviation activity or immense non-aeronautical land assets that allow them to generate non-aeronautical revenue. And that's Jackson, Casper, and Cheyenne. The rest of us are quite limited, either due to the lack of land for development around our airports, or just the lack of traffic, the smaller amount of traffic. If we charge the rates and charges necessary to break even, it would price us out of the market, and we would run into situations where air service wouldn't be viable, where general aviation traffic would choose other airports in other states, and it puts us at a severe disadvantage. Here in Sweetwater County, we actually have the second highest landing fee in the state for aircraft. So Jackson has the highest. We have the second highest in the state, and that's our effort to try to get off the tax rolls, if you will, get off the general fund of the city and the county. But if we charge what we needed to cover that cost center, we would be the highest landing fee in the country to be able to break even. And that's just a byproduct of the cost to maintain airfield infrastructure to federal standards, with a limited amount of traffic to cover those costs. So there's been some testimony during the session when this bill was up that airports aren't charging rates and charges, or they're not charging fees. That is simply untrue. We are charging fees, and we're charging as much as we can and what the market will bear. The bill before you is a bill that we worked very hard on and really appreciate the work that the Senate did with their amendments. There is one or two comments I would make on the bill, if it's all right with you, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
The first one is the staff comment on page 7 regarding the for cause. We have no preference one way or the other, whatever the committee's desire is there. If you would like to remove the for cause language as staff has communicated there, then there is no concern from the airport's perspective. The second item is on page 10. One of the amendments that the Senate did adopt was the requirement on starting on line 16 for airport districts to, if approved on a mill levy, would be to present a budget for approval to the entities that have formed the district, whether that be the county by itself or county and cities. We'd have to present our budget. It also required the presentation of a 10-year forecast of financials. And I would really, really like to see this committee, if this bill does move forward, to strike on line 21 of page 10, the words "end 10-year forecasts." And the reason for that is I would venture to guess that there's very few entities out there, including government and private, that can do an accurate 10-year forecast. What would end up happening here is somebody would end up taking whatever this year's forecast is and just applying some baseline percentage increase, and it would be somewhat a useless exercise. The state, I don't even believe, does 10-year forecasts. So I think it's maybe a little bit useless effort. It's not going to be an accurate portrayal of what 10 years out looks like. So I would recommend, and we would recommend that those words be deleted. Otherwise, we obviously don't love the idea of having to go back every 10 years, but that was a key component to getting it through the Senate. And if that's what it takes to get this bill through, then we'll work with that. And we're just happy to work with you on any other amendments you see fit. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Brubaker? Any? Representative Obermuller.
Yeah, on the 10-year forecast, is there a number that is reasonable in your mind? 3-year forecast, 5-year?
So, Mr. Chairman and Representative Obermuller, we, as airports, we do capital forecasts. We have to do 20-year capital plans, and those are very easy to provide for all the grant funding that we have to apply for with the federal government. In terms of operating, I can tell you that if this was left in here at any length of time, I know I would only add just a percentage. I would go through and take every line item and make an assumption of what inflation costs are going to be, or what, 2.5%, 3%, or what, hopefully we get back to 2.5% and 3% one of these days. But shorter would be better, but it's going to be the same exercise for most of us. I don't know that it becomes a very great tool for the governing bodies that we would be presenting to.
Okay, other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Brubaker, very
Thank you.
much. Okay, any other public comment? Is there anybody virtually? Okay, oh, Bob, come on up.
My name is Bob McLaurin, and on this issue, I'm testifying as the president of the Jackson Hole Airport Board. And as Mr. Brubaker said, most of the airports in the state are not self-sustaining, but we are supportive of this bill. We supported it last time when it came through the bodies, and WAM has not taken a position on it yet. We supported the bill in 2021. I suspect we will again, but we think it's a good bill. Thanks, sir.
All right, hold on. Any questions? Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 2 of this bill, it says that on line 15, it says that the airport district is composed of lands within counties and municipalities that plan to participate. Do you see anything in this bill that would compel somebody that's not in the district to join it? What's the incentive here for your members to actually participate?
I'm not sure there's anything in the bill that would compel them to participate.
I don't mean compel, I mean incentivize them to.
Proceed.
Would you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the bill itself says that in the language of the bill, it says the airport district is to be composed of lands within counties and municipalities that plan to participate in the district. And I was wondering what would incentivize, one of your members that's not already in a district to plan to do this.
I'm not sure I have a good answer. I would defer that one to this gentleman behind me. He's been more involved in the technical legislation than myself.
Okay, Mr. Brubaker, do you want to come back up and answer that question, please?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Obermueller, appreciate the question. This was actually some language that was worked on with some members of WHAM when the bill first came out, because it was focused on counties. It wasn't necessarily focused on city-run airports or municipally run airports, which do exist across the state. And that was an oversight on my part as I was drafting the bill. So what this does is it allows for a situation. Let's pick we'll pick here in Sweetwater County. We have two airports. We have Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport, and we have the Intergalactic Spaceport in Green River. What this allows for is the city of Green River may opt to not participate in the district because they want to not have their airport included with the district. So it could be the county is proposing this, the city of Green River may choose not to participate, or vice versa. If by some strange reason, the city of Green River decided to do a district just for the Intergalactic Spaceport, which is highly unlikely, but the city of Rock Springs said, we don't want to do that. We have our own thing going with the airport. They can exclude the city of Rock Springs from that district. So it allows for that flexibility. So another example would be Park County, Fremont County, where there's multiple airports and they have different governing structures. The way we have it outlined here, if it would happen here in Sweetwater County, what would be the perfect situation is that both municipalities and the county would agree that let's do this as a district that covers both airports and takes it out from a city-run airport and a joint powers airport and puts them both into a special district. So I hope that answers your question.
Follow up? Okay. Any other questions? Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Chairman?
Yes.
It actually grew out of that particular provision grew out of Sublette County because there's an airport in Pinedale and there's an airport in Big Piney as well.
Okay.
As I recall.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, any other public testimony? Last chance. Okay, with that, I'll close public testimony. Committee, moved by O'Hearn.
Second.
Seconded by the co-chairman. Okay, just go through the bill, page 1, and I'm going to do this pretty quick. So if you have an amendment, speak up. 2 and 3. 3 and 4. Or rather 4 and 5. 6 and 7. Okay. Representative Obermueller.
On page 7, Mr. Chairman, line 4, at the end of line 14, I would eliminate 4, and then on line 15, eliminate cause. Eliminate 4 cause.
Seconded by Senator Pappas. Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay. No. I think that passes. Okay. Show of hands. All in favor? Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No. 1, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that passes. Okay, please speak up. All right, pages 8, anything else on 6 and 7? Okay. 8 and 9. 9 and 10, or 10 and 11. Okay, I saw Mr. Co-Chairman first, Senator. So, Mr. Co-Chairman.
We probably have the same idea, Mr. Co-Chairman, but line 21 on page 10.
Okay.
I would move to strike and 10-year forecasts.
Okay. Seconded by Obermueller. Discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, that passes. Senator Pappas, was that your amendment also? Okay, sorry, I saw the co-chairman's hand first. Okay, pages 12 and 13. Pages 14 and 15. 16 and 17. 18, 19. 20, 21. And 22. Question's been called. Heather, please take roll.
Senator Anderson. Senator Furphy. Senator McEwen. Senator Pappas. Representative Baker. Representative Burt. Representative Henderson. Representative McGuire.
Excused.
Representative Obermuller. Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Representative Romero Martinez.
Absent.
Representative Stivar.
No.
Chairman Burkhart.
Aye.
Co-chairman Landon.
Aye.
That passes.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, do you have that, Heather?
I have 8 ayes.
Okay, and McCune, I don't know. Okay.
Yes.
And so everyone understands that is appropriate to change before we've actually registered the vote. So. All right, with that, that covers, I think, we have 2 more items to discuss this morning. Out-of-state registration of Wyoming vehicles, recommended improvements, and registration licensing information for counties. I do not think we will get to those. It's already 10 to noon. If we can quickly go through one of or 2 of them, we will. Mr. Co-Chair, you said something about another item to consider.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're good and you're exactly right. It's your determination as to on those 2 items. But there was a request on that first bill that we would consider that we move one up to the top of when we
this
move into the military.
Yes.
This afternoon to benefit a
Oh,
couple folks.
Okay.
Other than that, carry on, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so, yes, Senator.
Do we have county gravel road management also? Or-
Yeah, we have 3 items.
3 items,
I
right?
missed that one. That may move till November. We'll move these to November if we can't get to them in 10 minutes. Can we do the next one, the out-of-state registering of vehicles? We have the Highway Patrol here. They've stayed for this, I think. So we don't have a bill. This is just a discussion. Can you do this in 10 minutes? Okay. Because at noon, I'll cut you off. Okay, come on up.
Mr. Chairman, Shannon Ratliff with the Highway Patrol. Good morning. I got to tell you, this is kind of a complex situation, and I wasn't there in May, but I think the ask is how is the enforcement of out-of-state registration on vehicles owned by Wyoming residents? How is that going to include commercial trailers that might be used by inter or intra-state carriers?
Colonel, I think you're correct. And I think the issue is mainly of licensing trailers specifically and other vehicles that are domiciled in Wyoming in other states, and then keeping them here in Wyoming to get out of paying Wyoming's fees for licensing those vehicles. For example, a lot of people try to license mobile homes and motorhomes in Montana. Semi-trailers licensed in Idaho. And I think that was the issue, and how do we enforce our laws? So proceed.
Mr. Chairman, sure. I got to tell you, we work them as we come across them. We're only going to take enforcement on something if we stop it in this realm, if we stop it for another violation. We're just not going to stop it for a registration because we just wouldn't know. With that in mind, you know, our mission is highway safety. The registration issue, while I recognize the importance of you know, collecting taxes, doesn't rise to the occasion of a highway safety issue. However, we do indeed, when we come across these, we do take enforcement action. It's hard to parse out what is an out-of-state vehicle owned by a Wyoming resident by looking at the stats. We write several hundred registration violations every year. Again, it's hard to parse those out to know just exactly how we are affecting that issue. However, and I would mention as well that it's a process. If we find one of these situations, and we do, it takes a bit to determine, okay, is this person a resident or not? How many days do they spend in Wyoming? Where's their primary residence? Is this vehicle in fact registered through an LLC in another state? It takes a bit of investigation. Sometimes, you know, sometimes we will let that individual go with the idea that I'm going to have to take a look into this. I don't want to keep you any longer. And I don't want to, you know, I don't want to cite you unnecessarily or you know, unlawfully. But we've got a complex situation here. So with that in mind, I would tell you that I think there are troopers that and other law enforcement around the state, because they have the same powers we do, that might shy away from this situation. We have several folks that actually enjoy this kind of thing and are good at it and dig into it. But it's really hard. It's really hard to gauge and to report back to you just what our success is with it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Colonel. Any questions? Mr. Co-Chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Colonel, we had a hunch that you might struggle with this one. It really is a tough issue, but is there anything that you can think of that the committee should consider to help our troopers out there and to address the situation of people licensing somewhere else and living in the state? Is there anything you can think of that you would recommend to us?
Colonel, Mr. Chairman, I have racked my brain trying to think of something. Certainly nothing simple comes to mind. It's complex.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I think about the information system that we're working so hard to fix, is there an opportunity to cross-check, the driver's license with other information in that system that's available publicly, if you will, short or absent, a warrant, so that you say if someone was a registered voter in Wyoming and owned a business in Montana and had vehicles associated with the business of Montana, but was using those vehicles in that business in another other than business situation in Wyoming, and a trooper happened to see that, would that be possible?
So,
Mr. Chairman and Representative Henderson, possibly. Again, though, those and we get those very situations. And sometimes, folks are less than forthcoming with information that might incriminate them. So trying to weed out, whether they're in Wyoming with this vehicle that's registered out of state on legitimate business it can be difficult. Okay, but potentially, sure.
Okay, so no other questions? Any public comment on the issue? Sheila?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Sheila Furch with the Wyoming Trucking Association. I know one of the questions that came up back in May was a Wyoming-based carrier who operates interstate and registers their vehicles through the IRP program, which is the International Registration Program. That program is a compact that was put together in 1991 and actually started in 1993, and the state of Wyoming has participated in that. And basically, the language in that compact allows a carrier to register their trailer wherever they want. So that language does supersede state law that requires trailers or any other vehicle by a Wyoming-based company, as long as they're operating in interstate commerce, as long as they're registered through IRP, to do that registration anywhere they want to. They choose Idaho because they have a fairly reasonable fee for their annual registration, and it is actually an annual registration and annual plate. There are other states that provide annual registrations or annual plates. They call them an annual license or permanent license plate, but there is an annual registration. So Carrie's going to look at that for a couple of reasons. One, the expense. When IRP quit registering or quit apportioning trailers back in around 2015, some of the carriers saw registration fees jump from the tens of thousands to the hundreds of thousands. That's a huge business decision for those carriers. That's tremendous, as well as just the convenience of being able to buy a permanent trailer plate, slap it on that trailer, and you never have to worry about it again. So through the IRP, my understanding from what the consultant I recently visited with, who has been on the IRP board of directors for decades, says that through IRP, a carrier domiciled in a state can purchase their plates and register in any other state that is in the jurisdiction of the IRP.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative O'Hearn.
Thank you. Do they ever have to cross lines? Does that trailer that's registered and licensed in Idaho ever have to go into Idaho? Or can it stay always in Wyoming?
To be in the International Registration Plan, that carrier is an interstate carrier. Now, whether he goes into Idaho, he might, but he may not have to go into Idaho, but he does travel in other states. He has to be an interstate carrier. And that's through the International Registration Plan itself. A carrier has to show that they're going to operate in other states, and then they register with the state of Wyoming if they're domiciled in Wyoming. They pay their fees for all of the states they operate in the state of Wyoming, and Wyoming disperses those fees out to those states based on the number of miles and the registration fees that assessed in that state. So it might not necessarily be Idaho, but certainly has to be an interstate carrier to participate in that plan.
All right. Thank you, Sheila. Okay. Thank you for the information.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't know
Chairman.
there's much we can do. So, okay, thank you. So I just want to be sure, and I'm going to ask, we're going to move two topics to November. Registration license information from counties to YDOT and the county gravel road management system. But co-chair and Senator Pappas have reminded me there may be people here who came to provide public testimony on either of those issues. Is anyone in the room want to provide any public testimony for those two items? If you're looking at the agenda, there'd be items 18 and 19. Jeremiah, come on. Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Heather.
Mr. Chairman, I do not by any means want to preempt testimony by YDOT, but I don't know that we even necessarily would need to move item 18, the passing registration and licensing information from counties to the Wyoming Department of Transportation, because my understanding was that their testimony on this was going to be possibly all of 30 seconds, saying that the development, the stage they are of development of the transportation information system is not yet to the point where they are needing this. And I'm not trying to preempt their testimony, but I think that that might be their testimony. It'd be not needed to go to November.
Okay, thank you. Director, is that your testimony?
Mr. Chairman, it is.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Hey, that's the shortest testimony we have had on anything ever.
You're welcome, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay, so we'll take a break for lunch. However, when we come back, we will take, if you're following your agenda, it's item 24, bill draft 23 LSO 0012, verifying the veteran designation on a Wyoming driver's license. We will move that up and handle that bill immediately after the military department provides their introduction. So just to let you know, that's to help YDOT get back on the road. They've hung with us for a day and a half and they want to speak on that. So we felt we would move it. Jeremiah, do you have something? Oh, okay. You're just anxious to go to lunch. Okay, so, and I think that's the only change. And when we get back from lunch, we will go to the military department. And for everyone who's been here for the YDOT issues and the other issues, thank you for hanging with us. I hope it's been worthwhile. Okay, lunch is. Okay, we had scheduled lunch for an hour and a half. Do we feel we need an hour and a half?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I don't think we're going back out there. So, okay, hey, Heather, do you know, is the military department here already? Or if we move coming back in, gaveling back in up a little bit, will that impact them?
Have you seen Greg?
Yeah, okay. Let's be back at 1:15. There, we'll split the difference. I'd rather come back at 1, but they may not be here. So, or we can do that. Be back at 1:05. If the military department is here, we will immediately start. 1:05.